Ah non, danke. Oh, that has to become much closer. Much closer. If you put it back here on the table, and now it's even closer. Oh, can we do a sound test? Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Is that fine? Thank you. If you sit here.
Good morning.
Lisa Band from the WHO.
João Afonso.
Very nice.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to Lisbon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having this wonderful event for us all to exchange.
Did you get the slide?
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, that's probably easier. Too egoistic.
It's on. Hello, everyone. We are about to start. Thank you so much for coming back. I know the city out there is really tempting. Just to remind you, we are on Twitter with hashtag #AccessibleEUCities. We have generated quite a lot of interest, so please keep tweeting. And after we finish here in this room, before we go for lunch, there will be a family photo on the main staircase. So please don't leave too soon, otherwise you won't be on family photo. We'll have that taken by a professional photographer, and I will email it to all the participants of this conference, so you don't have to try to get another photo on your phone later. And I will now pass the floor to Mr. João Afonso, the Deputy Mayor of Lisbon for Social Rights. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos. Good morning. Well, first, Mrs. Marianne Harkin couldn't come, unfortunately, to all of us and for her, because it's a personal problem turned impossible to her to come here. So, well, I'm alone here to make the introduction. Well, so, dear friends, good morning and welcome back. Before we move on with the rest of the conference, I would like to share with you something I feel is very important. We decided to hold this conference in this room for a special reason. On October the 5th, 1910, at 11 o'clock in the morning, members of Lisbon City Council opened that door, stepped onto the balcony, and proclaimed the Portuguese Republic. They did this in front of a cheering crowd gathered downstairs, who soon afterwards was building barricades and getting ready to fight in the streets. By the end of the day, they were victorious. This happened 2 years after the Republican Party was, for the first time, elected with a majority for City Council. During those 2 years, the new City Council launched several innovative projects, especially in the field of social rights. Because, as so many mayors and deputy mayors, they were committed to converting words into actions. And their words were liberty, equality, and fraternity. If they knew what we know today, I'm pretty sure that they would have added another word, accessibility. This small piece of history illustrates something that is central to this conference and to our collective effort. Cities are not passive or submissive public entities. Cities are not quietly Yes. Cities are not quietly seated in the last row of public governance, waiting for orders from above, not in front of them, yes. All around Europe, cities are enthusiastically leading and innovating in many fields, from social rights to green jobs, from housing policies to new democratic tools and practice, like participatory budgeting, planning, or design. Accessibility is, I believe, a fine example of this. Our cities are not made of cars, roads, and buildings. They are made of people, and they must work for people. In the regard, there is still a lot to be done. And we know it because we are often the first layer of government that comes into contact with the problems that are harming people. In local government, one cannot ignore those problems. They come, knocking at the door to your office. We also know that working on a local level implies necessarily close cooperation with the community. This close cooperation has been the source and the driving force of much innovation and enthusiasm. For all of these reasons, we, the cities, have a strategic role to play on the accessibility agenda. And when discussing accessibility as a challenge, let's be clear about what's at stake, the future of our cities. First, for social reasons. Like Mr. Jomier from Paris said, we live together because we want to be together. Second, for economic reasons. Barriers harm autonomy and foster dependence. With an aging population, this will become an impossible equation. Third, for environmental reasons. An accessible public space is key to have more people walking and using public transport. And last but not least, for moral reasons. We must put an end to this invisible apartheid that is absolutely unacceptable. There's a lot to be done. Let's do it. Let's keep on working and advancing together. Big challenges lie ahead, and at times that they will seem very tall mountains. When that happens, please think of the members of Lisbon City Council that opened that door, stepped onto the balcony, and proclaimed the Republic at 11 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. So, I'm alone, and then began the second moment of this morning. And, well, I'll be here all the morning, so don't be afraid. Well, this session is about accessibility, a challenge and a chance for Europe. The session purpose is, this session is designed to highlight the social and economic aspects of accessibility. And my colleagues in this table, I think now the names is correct. No. Correct? In my left we have Adolf Ratzka. Well, the names is always a problem. Well, my name is impossible to use, so you are okay. And Adolf Ratzka holds a PhD in housing and urban studies from the University of California in Los Angeles. He worked as a research economist at Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, and yes, he's the founder of the Stockholm Cooperative for Independent Living and the Independent Living Institute in Stockholm. And is a very good friend of Lisbon and inspiring for all of us. And we are working a lot, and with his help, in trying to innovate in independent life here in Portugal. We are beginning, I think, will be a great and amazing adventure of about independent living here in Portugal with the help of a lot of institutions and friends in Portugal, but Adolf is an inspiration about this work. Well, in my left is not Hella, as you've seen in the beginning, but Kai Bakenkopf, impossible.
Even in German, very difficult name.
Even in German, okay. My name is Portuguese, is simple. He's a senior consultant at Newman Consult, a company which offers specialized knowledge on urban, regional, and tourism development, as well as design for all. Well, very important. Everybody knows we need to discuss. We study our problems. In my second right, to use the same methodology, Lisa Worth works at the Department of Aging and Life course at the World Health Organization in Geneva. She coordinates the WHO Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and communities, which connects cities and communities that are committed to becoming more age-friendly. I have this document in my table always, so I'm very happy to be with Lisa here. And in my right, Ella Junger-Loper is a permanent secretary for the State of Berlin delegation to the Federation, a commissioner for European affairs and commissioner for active citizenship at the Berlin Senate Chancellery, and a vice president member of the Committee of the Regions. She is a former borough councillor for education in Berlin, Wilmersdorf, and the former permanent secretary for building and housing. Well, when I came to the council, people think that I will be the councillor for housing, and I want to be the councillor for education, but I'm not. So I want to be Ella in the future. So, well, what are we going to talk about it? We'll start from a presentation from the city of Berlin, focused on empowerment networking. And before of that, a video.
I should start?
I think so. Well, amazing video. It's possible to download it from the internet.
I think.
Yes? Well, we'll have the link and then we can use it. We'll change it something like Lisbon. Well, thank you to be here in Lisbon to talk about Berlin.
Yeah. Thank you for your invitation, dear Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. 5 years ago, we, and I have to mention Barbara Berninger, you know her all, founded the working group Barrier Free City of All within the city network Eurocities in Berlin with a handful of, really a small handful, committed stakeholders. This conference here in Lisbon proves that our optimism was justified and that it's easier to make cities barrier-free if we work together. Every clearly articulated announcement at a train station, every clearly visible step on a staircase, every dropped curb, every official form written in simple language brings us one step closer to inclusion. Inclusion ensures that all people, including those with problems or disabilities, can participate in social, professional, academic, and recreational life in our cities. European actions aimed at improving barrier-free access in cities are being watched closely, hopefully. We receive invitations from all over the world to speak about our experience with working on barrier-free access and inclusion within a network. Being awarded this prize by the European Commission was a source both of joy and motivation to go on. We want to continue changing public spaces and buildings so that people can use them independently and so that they are pretty practical and inviting. This also applies to the undeveloped environment. We want to remove obstacles even in the planning phase, but not just in the construction and transport sectors. We also need a new mindset overall. We want to change the thinking of people who have good intentions but simply don't know any better. These people may be teachers, professors, or students, but also bus drivers, hotel owners, or tourism experts. Our efforts are aimed at all of them. If you look into this issue, you will soon learn that overcoming barriers require creativity, but it stimulates creativity too. The political and social upheavals of 1989 unleashed enormous energy. A divided city was transformed into a cosmopolitan metropolis. A metropolis that draws people who are full of ideas, bold thinkers of innovative strengths. We need both if we are to find solutions to the challenges and problems faced by large cities in the 21st century. Many of these cities are growing and changing at breathtaking speed. That's true of Berlin too. Social consequences need to be recognized or, even better, anticipated. In growing cities, demographic change is a factor that plays a key role in barrier-free access and inclusion. We want to enable the growing population of elderly people to live in dignity in their own homes as long as possible. To do so, we need to use foresight in the planning and design of residential neighborhoods, as well as in health care policy, volunteer work, and transportation policy. We also want to maintain cohesion in our urban society. We must ensure that the city does not separate into richer and poorer areas. We need to ensure equal opportunity for all. That is our social obligation. In my city, we are committed to maintaining what we call the Berlin mix. That means having people of every different ethnic and social origins and of all generations not only live to each other, but with each other. This idea also includes a barrier-free environment for people with and without disabilities, so that living together is a matter of course. Empowerment and networking to promote accessibility in cities is the title of this session. At the 2010 Expo in Shanghai, Berlin focused on the issue of accessibility. Our exhibition, Close Your Eyes and See, made it possible for thousands of visitors to experience and literally grasp the many facets of a barrier-free city. Visitors wore dark glasses while they strolled through a virtual Berlin. They got to know sightseeing attractions like Brandenburg Gate, the Reichstag building and the television tower, as they felt their way along models of the buildings. The combination of good design, a playful approach, and a vital political message was a huge success. So we decided to take an even more proactive approach with regarding to this topic. Also, Eurocities was skeptical at the beginning when Berlin first proposed starting a working group that would focus on accessibility. They gave us the chance. Thank you very much for that. Today, the Barrier-Free City for All group is one of the most popular in our European city network. Why? Because this issue is relevant to every European city. And because we are all dealing with many of the same problems, no matter how different our cities are, we believe that smart cities are the cities that want to learn. So we used our network to avoid having to invest time, energy, and money in each of our cities individually. Rather, we created synergies that helped us move forward together. The members of the working group are deeply committed to this project. We meet with city representatives, experts, people with disabilities, associations, universities, and companies to discuss the various improvements and setbacks experienced on the way to achieving accessibility. They draft municipal strategies of barrier-free access and thereby contribute to developing uniform design principles in Europe. So far, the working group, chaired by Berlin, includes 21 cities as active members. Tel Aviv is currently preparing its application for associated membership. We have had 12 conferences, the last of which is this conference here in Lisbon. The working group has defined barrier-free planning and building local public transport and barrier-free access in historic buildings and museums as its main working fields. Another objective is the development of a European curriculum on barrier-free planning, building and design for architects and urban and traffic planners. The working group aims to find exemplary solutions for design for all in European cities. Measures to implement the UN Disability Convention and the Disability Strategy 2010 to 2020 at city level will play a key role. Therefore, let us not only discuss, learn from each other, and take a look at successful and unsuccessful solutions from all around the world. Let us go further. Together with the European institutions, we want to raise awareness as a basis for new laws. This is why the working group Barrier-Free Cities for All has established recommendations for the planned European Accessibility Act. and it is now working with the EU Commission to develop new standards. But this also means that we cannot isolate issues and work on each problem individually. We want to think outside the box and develop integrated, holistic solutions. Let me give you one example. A citizens' initiative in Berlin has developed a map for finding places which provide barrier-free access. I think yesterday you all saw the project. This project is called Wheelmap and works like Wikipedia. Anyone can mark locations that are accessible to wheelchair users on an online map. These locations can then be described and photos added. Over the years, a real good overview of wheelchair accessibility has taken shape on the web that is constantly being updated. And this has come from people who are all too often forced to experience barriers in their day-to-day lives. It has also come from the civic involvement of people who attached great importance to inclusion. Moreover, our digital startup scene has contributed its know-how. Various sources of information are technically combined in such a way as to achieve noticeable progress in the everyday lives of citizens. This is innovative, and it is sustainable and inclusive as well. And as politicians, we should do everything we can in our cities to ensure that such innovative and cost-efficient initiatives can be realized. Berlin has embarked on a journey towards a smart future. We are facing up to the challenges of modern urban development. To achieve this, we need a policy that does not seek case-by-case solution, but takes up technical and social challenges and tries to find integrated solutions. And to do so, we need partners. Therefore, Berlin appreciates the active dialogue in Europe. I am delighted that we are able to intensify this dialogue with this exciting conference. I have learned from my work on EU policy that the EU Commission can only draft good legislation if they know the city's needs and ideas. I would underline that. You know that. So networks should not only be used to help us get to know each other and to exchange experience, they should also help to make the EU institutions curious about our topic. And they should offer a framework for exchanging know-how and best practice that enables us to speed up the transformation of European cities into cities for all. On this note, let us learn from one another and pool our strengths to find solutions to give everyone the opportunity to have a good life in our cities. Thank you for your attention. To leave immediately because of my slide.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. Well, thank you, Ella, and well, thank you. Ella has is playing right now, and she needs to go. So, well, no questions. I'm happy you don't have questions to Ella. If you have, Barbara, respond after. Well, yes, I think that's absolutely important. The idea that you can't do anything alone. You must change ideas, experience, and work together with different level of identities. Well, with community, of course, with other cities, and Commission, European, different levels of the European Parliament, Commission, and so on, and of course other international identities that you should work. Well, And now I hope we have now Adolf Ratzka will talk about what are the costs of barriers and what does it mean to remove them. Adolf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm delighted to be here. I changed the title of my presentation to make it more concise of what I really want to talk about. That is, accessible cities consist of barrier-free housing. To make it quite clear that we have to live with each other, as my previous president said, not next to each other, with each other. That means also to be able to visit each other. In looking through the Eurocities archives, I have not found a single reference to barrier-free housing or accessible residential construction. Yesterday there was a 3-hour Eurocities meeting here in Lisbon on the theme, which seems to have been the first time that disabled people's housing situation was discussed. Browsing through the agendas of previous Eurocities events, one gets the impression that disabled people live outside cities, urban areas, and when they visit cities, they come as tourists and stay in hotels. The rights of this group to inclusion and mobility within society has been a non-issue in these European Union-sponsored conferences. Despite Article 19 of the United Nations Convention, which enshrines the right to live independently and being included in the community with equal choices as others, despite the fact that the European Union countries have signed and ratified the convention, despite the fact that we are still decades away from its implementation, despite the fact that currently between 1 and 1.5 million European citizens are warehoused in residential institutions. Due to the prejudice, lack of appropriate housing in the community, lack of appropriate services in the community. My comments here will focus on the lack of appropriate housing in the community. My points are: barrier-free housing reduces risks for accidents for everybody and saves tax money. Universal barrier-free housing is a prerequisite for disabled persons' full inclusion. Barrier-free housing is safe housing. Statistics show that the incidence of disability increases with age. Among the common causes of age-related disabilities are domestic accidents, such as falls in stairs and bathrooms. Accidents carry price tags for the individual, for the family, for the society, the economy, everybody. Each housing unit that is not barrier-free will cause accidents throughout its lifetime and represents a stream of future costs. Could any nation afford universal residential construction? But the question is not only how much does barrier-free housing cost and can we afford it? The question is also how much does it cost not to build barrier-free housing? Let's look at new construction. In new multi-family housing, the additional costs for building accessible units are negligible if accessibility is considered right from the very planning start. In Sweden, since 1980, we have had mandatory construction norms requiring every apartment in multi-family structures of 3 or more stories to be barrier-free. That is, no steps at the building entrance, and elevators, kitchens, toilets, doors, hallways that are large enough for wheelchair users, regardless of public or private builders, public or private financing, public or private ownership, regardless of whether somebody with a disability will ever live there. The barrier-free construction requirement is applied to all new residential construction since 1980, with the result that well over 15% of the country's housing stock is accessible. In Stockholm, for example, some large former industrial areas have been rebuilt and covered with apartment housing, where wheelchair users can move in without a minimum of adoption and can be sure that they can visit their neighbors. That's an aspect we often forget. We have to be able to visit. In the 1980s, the housing industry estimated the additional cost due to the accessibility requirement to less than 1% of total construction cost. Less than 1%. Today, it is difficult to estimate the extra cost of barrier-free housing. It is difficult to estimate this because there are no housing units built with barriers to compare it with. Elevators are the norm. Big kitchens have become fashionable. Retrofitting existing apartments is considerably more expensive, of course. In Sweden in the 1980s, in a large-scale experiment, 3- and 4-story walk-up apartment buildings were retrofitted with elevators. By narrowing the staircase that connected the stories, enough space could be freed up to fit an elevator shaft into the middle of the old staircase, the staircase wrapping itself around the elevator, so to speak. With government research money, techniques were developed for cutting the concrete staircase in half and for inserting the elevator shaft into the building by opening the building's roof and by lowering the complete elevator into its place through the opening with the help of huge building cranes. The noisy and dusty parts of the work could be done during one single weekend, which tenants were invited to spend on a cruise on the Baltic, courtesy of the building company. Throughout the 1980s, state subsidies were made possible to owners of apartment buildings for retrofitting their structures with elevators. The subsidies covered 50% of the costs. Interestingly, the government program was not fully utilized. Every year there was money left that wasn't used. A apparently owners did not have sufficient economic incentives for making these retrofittings. Most likely, their expected economic benefits, for example, in terms of higher future rental income, amounted to less than 50% of the total costs. Other expected benefits due to elevator installations of fewer accidents in stairs, reduced risk of accident-related costs, such as loss of personal income, loss of production, increased demand for health care, for rehabilitation, disability pensions, community-based services, relocation, and institutional care. Not to speak, of course, of the loss of life quality that individuals and their families experience. Yet these benefits do not accrue to the apartment house owner, but to the tenants and the taxpayers of local, regional, and national government. So why should the owner of the apartments pay for the total costs? The lesson from the Swedish experiment is that large-scale retrofitting would probably require close to 100% subsidization of the costs from the national government, because only at that level of aggregation all resulting benefits and costs accrue to the same entity. Is it possible to have inclusion without accessible housing stock? At a recent conference on accessible housing in Berlin, a city official stated that Berlin currently lacks 40,000 barrier-free housing units. The statement implies that of all the city's disabled residents in need of accessible housing, 40,000 persons still do not have such housing. What are the underlying assumptions here? Is it enough that there is one accessible unit for each one of us? How would we be able to move to another apartment, to another part of the city, to another city? Are we expected to take educational and employment opportunities which require relocation? Is it expected that our household composition and size can change? We might need a partner and have children. We would need a lot more apartments if we were to have the geographical and social mobility that the rest of the population takes for granted. In addition, are we not expected to visit our neighbors? How can I feel this is the place where I belong to when lack of accessibility prevents me from visiting friends, from going to a meeting at somebody's kitchen table? How often was I not invited to other people's birthday parties? But it hurt most when I couldn't follow along my daughter, who was little at that time, to their classmates' parties. Now, that was a long time ago, and now I worry about her and the boyfriend moving together into an inaccessible apartment where I would never be able to visit them. It's a big worry and very realistic. You get the point. An inaccessible housing stock affects persons with disabilities in many ways, limits our life opportunities, makes us feel excluded, makes us feel we do not belong. To summarize, if our cities are to be places where everybody, including persons with disabilities, including older persons, can thrive, develop, and contribute, we need to welcome persons with disabilities as full citizens with the right to the same freedom of choice in housing that other people take for granted. We need to greatly increase barrier-free housing through mandatory barrier-free building standards and subsidies for barrier-free retrofitting of the existing stock. A barrier-free housing stock will enable older persons to live longer in their current housing, improve their quality of life, reduce accident risks, as well as the costs to society for healthcare, rehabilitation, and institutionalization. If we are serious about equal housing opportunities to persons with disabilities, if we are serious about improving the quality of life of older persons, if we are serious about containing the costs that follow the increasing population age in Europe, the least we can do here is to ask the Eurocities leadership to urge the European Union Commission to plan and finance strategies for research, product and process development, harmonization of building codes, and economic incentives for accessible new construction and retrofitting existing housing throughout the Union. Every housing unit that is not accessible carries a price tag. And we got no more time to lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Adolf. Well, of course, without housing, who has his own life. If you can't, it's impossible to enter and visit your friends, your family. And it's not only your own house. All of houses makes our own house. So, well, in Portugal we have a law since 1996.
1997. 2006.
Well, we have lots of laws, and we have a lot to do with it. To do it, and when we see it's a very slow and a very slow moving on, because we see that number in Sweden, the law from 80s, and now we only have 15. And surely they are better than here in Portugal. So, well, it's a long course, and we must begin that course in every country in Europe. And I hope that the act, that European important document that we'll have about disability talks about the need of regulation, legislation about housing. We must have rules to adapt all houses in Europe. Well, and I'm sure that Cal could talk about that also, about the needs of adapting housings, but he's going to talk about jobs. And accessibility means jobs. The economic impact of accessibility measures is about that Carl is invited to talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ich wusste, dass ich das nicht hinkriege. Which one?
Yeah, just this one.
Ah, yes. It's very easy. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation today. It is a real pleasure to be here. Frankly speaking, not just because of the conference, but also because of the splendid city outside. It's really a great place. Fantastic. Thank you very much. My topic now is the economic impact and the travel patterns of accessible tourism in Europe. You see a slightly different focus. We were just focusing on tourism, on a study that was commissioned by the European Commission. And we did it together with our partners from the GfK Belgium, the University of Surrey in the UK, and ProA Solutions in Spain. Our study was part of 3 studies in a whole. This is the study about the demand part of accessible tourism in Europe. There was another study about the supply part in accessible tourism in Europe, and a third one about education and training in tourism, about accessible tourism in general. The study addresses to 5 key topics in order to better understand the demand of accessible tourism. The details are not that interesting. I think it was about the current and the future demand for accessible tourism, the travel patterns, the actual reason, the tourism experiences across different tourism sectors, because tourism, of course, is much, much more than just hotel, than just going out for dinner or something like this. It is much, much more. We had to focus on the whole service chain in tourism, so on everything that is needful for tourists who are on their way, who are traveling. The current and the future economic contribution of accessible tourism, and finally we draw out some recommendations and success factors. And all about was the better understanding for the demand of tourism in Europe. Let me show you some results about the economic impact of accessible tourism. First of all, you should know that there are 138.6 million people with specific needs in Europe. This is quite a lot. Those are not just people who are disabled, not just disabled people. Disabled people only make up 36% of those big sum. 64% of this big sum consists of the elderly population, because this is a very important target group in tourism. Not just in tourism, but I think for all respects of all political thinking, not just in Europe, but almost everywhere. The number of the older population is simply growing and growing more and more. In some quite important and big countries like the UK, Germany, France, Italy and Spain, we have more than 10 million people with specific needs in each country. So really quite a lot of them. It's not just a minor group. They're really quite a lot. I will show you some figures. You will say, well, figures are dull, figures are boring, and I say you are right, figures are boring, but nonetheless, figures can be very impressive as well. So let me give you at least a short glance about some important figures. We found out that the travel... It's not that easy. I knew it. One more? One more? Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. For God's sake, I'm not alone here. You see that the travel propensity, this is the amount of people who are traveling each and every year, consists of 58% looking at the overnight trips when we focus on people with disabilities. That means that 58% of all disabled people in Europe travel every year, at least in the year that we focused on. This is a quite interesting figure, compared to the travel propensity of the elderly population. The travel propensity of the elderly population was less than 50%. And this was a very interesting finding because we did a similar study some years ago for the German government, for the German Ministry of Economy already. And in this study we found out that the travel propensity among older people is very, very high. It is well known in Germany that the travel propensity of older people is up to 80%. So they are the real drivers in tourism. They spend much more money than the younger folks, and they travel much more often. So they are a very important target group. But on the European level, it's not like this. This is because the different attitudes in different countries. This is not just, and another focus is of course, or another reason is of course, how much money do they have? Do they have enough money to travel? And the same goes for the disabled people as well. All in all, the travel propensity of older people and disabled people in Europe is much lower than the travel propensity of the overall population. And this is a quite interesting and important finding. There's just one button on this clicker. I really don't know. No, and yes, and thank you. Okay. Finally, we can calculate what does it mean in money. How much money do older people and disabled people generate in tourism? The gross turnover contribution in 2012, when we conducted this story, was 806 billion euro right now. And this made up an employment contribution of 8.7 million people. So really quite a lot, really quite a lot. This is a very important factor in tourism, a very important economic factor in tourism. The numbers will change in the last year because we will have the demographic change. Everybody of you knows about this, I'm sure. We will get more older people, we will get more disabled people, and we will get more of them, and they will change their mind. They will become more active, they will become a more important part, a more visible part of the community and take part. And this is why the numbers rise up to more than 1,000 billion euro and up to 12.1 million people who are employed in this sector. So quite a lot. But this is not a matter of fact. It is not a matter of fact that the numbers will increase. They just will increase if we are able to meet the demands of those people who want to travel and cannot travel right now, or travel just to a reduced limit. To find out what is important for them, we ask, what are the barriers, what are the obstacles you meet while you are traveling? Where are your problems? And the first and most important problem was the availability of information about accessible services and accessible locations. People want to travel, they go to the internet, they get brochures, and they try to find out which places can I visit and which not. And they do not find the information. Do you have any idea which target group complained most about the lack of information? This was a very interesting finding for me. Which target group in tourism complained most about the lack of information on accessibility? Those were not the wheelchair users, not the disabled people, not even the elderly population, but people with children. People with children made up the biggest group who complained about the lack of information on accessibility. They want to know, is it possible to go there by pram? Is it possible to find a place to change diapers? And so on and so on. They complained most. So, accessibility in tourism is much, much more than just accessibility for wheelchair users. Much, much more. All important target groups in tourism are connected with accessibility. Medical help and health treatment was a problem for a lot of people. The transport, of course, when you come to a remote place, and tourism is very often much more fun in remote places, in natural places, and of course the public means of transport are a big problem there. Not just for disabled people, not just for elderly people, not just for people with children, but for everybody. It is very often impossible to go by public means of transport. The lack of awareness and knowledge about the guests and their demands was a very important point, very often mentioned. The people are not kind enough, the people simply have not enough knowledge what people do need. What are the demands of the people in tourism? What can we do to better their conditions. And of course, the infrastructure in general, but one point among the infrastructure was stressed for very, very often, and this was the toilets. A lack of toilets in general, or a lack of accessible toilets. So, these are the most important points, and we are forced to improve those points first in order to earn more money with these target groups. And tourism, frankly speaking, is mainly about earning money. It's not a social case, it's a matter about earning money. So, let me come to the conclusion. We have a high economic potential of accessible tourism. We have a high demand right now, and this demand will grow. So the potential is even higher than the recent situation. We have a lack of knowledge and a lack of cooperation. A lack of cooperation in terms of closing the service chain. It is not enough to have an accessible hotel. The guest who's going to a hotel, he wants to experience much, much more. He wants to go to the beach, he wants to experience cultural life, he wants to go to bars, to pubs, and so on and so on. And this service chain we have to close. So far, accessibility is mostly regarded as a feature for disabled guests. But in fact, it is much more. Accessibility is a sign for quality. It means comfort, it means service. It means quality. And this is the most important thing, that it is quality. Quality for all people who are traveling. Consequently, products and marketing often focus on disabled guests exclusively, not on all guests. The message is not, this is a good offer for everybody because it is comfortable. It is full of quality, that you have a good service. No, often it addresses only to people with strict access needs like disabled people. And this is not enough to earn money with it, of course. And this is very close connected to it. Accessible tourism is rarely a topic of strategic planning. It has not just come to the mind of the tourism planners all over Europe. So, this was it in a nutshell. You can imagine that it is very, very difficult to give an overview of a study that consists of more than 600 or even 700 pages in just 10 minutes. I hope we will find to discuss it later on in the break. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Carl. Well, I think we will have time to questions, so few time, but time. So, Lisa is going to talk about growing hoods in cities. That's our nature. We're going to growing hold in cities. Accessibility and healthy aging. Well, it's always the same problem. We don't think about us, and all of us will going to be older, and we need to think about our own future. When I participate in debates about aging, everybody says, "Oh, but you are so young." No, I'm not so young. I'll be very old, I hope. So I'm talking about my future. I'm only working for me. So, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the organizers of this conference, the City of Lisbon, Berlin, and your cities, for organizing this important event. I'm sure all of you probably found it just as fascinating and enriching so far as I have. I have learned a lot already, and thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to contribute. What I would like to do is to complement the discussions we've had so far by bringing to it a perspective of population aging and healthy aging, as you introduced, and you stole my line, because I also wanted to stress that point of saying that really accessibility, the topic of aging, and when we think about aging populations and all of us aging, it becomes really clear how universal this challenge is. We've been talking a lot about people now living with disabilities and facing the challenges of inaccessibility, and the panel this morning, and particularly Adolf Watzke has really brought this message across very powerfully. And earlier on also we heard the word of anticipation, and this is what we really are doing in cities. We're anticipating population aging. Okay, it's not working. Okay. So, can you go one back, please? So I brought just this map to quickly illustrate that population aging is a European phenomenon we already feel. Many of the cities you live in are already experiencing larger, older populations over the age of 60 already today, between 20 and 30%. But as we see on the map, it's also a global phenomenon, really, and populations worldwide are aging. And they will do so as we go forward. This is data from 2012, and you can see the darker it gets on the map, the higher the proportion of older people. So at the moment, we see very few countries with a proportion of older people over the age of 60 superior to 30%, but if we move forward to 2050, you see that European societies will pretty much, almost all of them, have 1 in 3 people over the age of 60. So it is really a demographic development that we need to that we are anticipating, and that cities are preparing for now, and it's definitely a strong case, I think, to have accessibility for everyone. What's the relevance of accessibility for healthy aging? You see on this graph, this is just to illustrate quickly how declines in functional capacity are aging related. It's not that everyone at the end of life will live with functional decline and experience disability, but it is likely, as we all age, that at some point we or members of our families will. And the point I want to make with this graph is really that accessible environments help us prevent or delay disability by facilitating healthy life choices and behaviors throughout life. So for example, yesterday we were listening to walkability efforts in Lisbon, and having a walkable city will encourage children to walk to school, or people to walk to work, and older people to walk to, to see their friends. And that physical exercise every day has a very positive effect on health. Similarly, bicycle-friendly cities that encourage us not to use cars or public transportation, but move and exercise in our everyday life and throughout life. We heard a lot of the positive effects of the ability of being engaged and participating in society, also on healthy aging. And the other point I want to make with this graph is that supportive environments, so accessible environments, but also supportive services, do help us deal with the functional decline in disabilities, as you all know, and can lower the disability threshold. So it will enable, as we heard earlier, it will enable us to stay in our homes longer and not need personal services quite as quickly if there are less barriers in the environment. I have prepared a slide of the costs on accessibility, but I will pass that, I think, quite quickly, because I think the case has been made very strongly already in this morning's presentations. The costs of not having accessible environments to our personal health and healthy aging is that we will have less opportunities for physical exercise. We live at greater risks of falls and injury, and that is particularly a problem as we become more frail in older age. We've heard this already this morning. And it reduces our ability of living independently and to participate both in employment and volunteering and social activities that we might want to participate in. And that in turn increases our risk of social exclusion and isolation if we can't leave our homes, as you said earlier. So clearly we might have adapted homes where we live, but our friends and our public spaces around us don't, so we can't go where we want to go and do what we want to do and participate in. Those are the costs for the individual, but we equally, of course, incur costs to the families and society at large, as older people will face need for support earlier. This has implications on family members, on the services in the city, but also lost opportunities. So, for example, the rich cultural offer a city has for its citizens might not be used and taken up by those who can't access neither the public transport or the buildings themselves. We heard in the case of tourism just now that there's an opportunity cost for businesses, and both to employers, if employment isn't accessible to older people or people with disabilities, and also in terms of less consumption. If you can't go out and participate, you will consume less, and as in the case of tourism. But also, and I think just to make that point maybe a bit more strongly than we've heard so far, it's really a question of leveraging the participation and contributions older people make to our societies through their endless hours dedicated to volunteering, support to their families, to their neighbors. They really contribute to social cohesion and to the social glue in the community because, you know, particularly those already retired will have more time than those working and caring for children to keep an eye out for others and get involved. And so it's very important not only to remove the barriers to that participation, but to actively foster it. So removing barriers, and we heard that a lot in this meeting, the goal of barrier-free cities is essential, and it is definitely the first step, but we also need to move beyond just removing the barriers. We need to be proactive about including and encouraging engagement. We've heard this with regard to the culture of disability. The presentation yesterday by the city of Paris was putting that point very strongly in terms of changing attitudes. And that is when you think of older people, again, a different challenge because we face a lot of ages. Our attitudes about what is appropriate for older people to do, where to go, whether it's appropriate to travel or not, might be holding people back from making, getting fully involved. So create opportunities for participation and engagement and that culture of age-friendliness. Now, what I would like to briefly introduce to you for those who are not already familiar with is the age-friendly cities concept that WHO has developed to provide really a starting point to think about that. How do you create societies that are accessible and inclusive for everyone and for older people in particular? And the framework looks at 8 domains of urban life that span over social and physical environments, as well as accessible and inclusive services, both health and social services, and provide a starting point for discussion, really, to not only look, for example, at the built environment, but at all these other dimensions of urban life. And this is really a tool for local actors. It's really focused on cities and communities, but it's rooted or based against the backdrop of policy documents that have been developed by the global community. There's the MIPA Action Plan on Aging, there are the UN Principles for older people, and here in the European context specifically, the Health 2020 framework, which is a policy framework supporting action across government and society for health and well-being for all, and based on that Health 2020 policy framework, the Strategy and Action Plan for Healthy Aging in Europe 2012 to 2020. And as you can see, the strategic priority areas provided by that Strategy and Action Plan cover healthy aging across the life course, people-centered health and long-term care systems that are fit for population aging, and strengthening evidence base and research, as well as creating supportive environments. So the Age-friendly city model is really a tool to do that. What is an age-friendly city? It's a city that adapts its structures and services to be accessible to and inclusive of older people with varying needs and capacities. And with that goal, really, it is a tool in our broader effort of creating cities that are good for all, because that is really what we are trying to do. But the H20 Cities framework provides you with a tool to make sure that older people are included in that effort by ensuring that the needs and preferences and perspectives of older persons are taken into account when designing public spaces, buildings, and services for all ages. Now, how to do it? The central starting point, as we've heard with regard to people living with disability, it's the same with older people, as I don't need to tell you are a diverse group, so it's a reflection of all groups and societies just at a later stage in their lives. So any initiative starts with older people, involving them and consulting them in a meaningful way. We heard the importance of political leadership many times during this meeting already. It's essential to have political commitment, because creating an H20 city is something that is really an exercise and a challenge for all sectors in the city, and so you need really political commitment at the highest level. But that's not enough. You have to bring it together with the bottom-up effort of all groups in the city, because it cannot be achieved if not everyone is sensitized, especially with regard to creating that culture of age-friendliness and that inclusive culture in the city. As I just mentioned, a holistic approach across all of government, so including all of the sectors, whether it's the police, the urban planners, the social services, the health services, the culture department, is recommended, but also to include all sectors in society, including the NGOs, including volunteer groups and the business community in the city. And then work together collaboratively to achieve the desired outcomes. And we briefly touched upon that yesterday. We saw very impressively this morning in the Berlin video how much you can do to make transport more accessible. And what I particularly liked about the video is that it didn't only look at the transportation, but it looked at what people then went to do. It's actually a means to an end. It's to do the things that you want to do, to remain engaged, to be able to either work or do sports or go to the museum or a concert. So it needs more than just the accessible transport. You need to think about how people get from their homes to the transport, and from the transport to the cultural event. And you need to think about whether that cultural event not only has an accessible building where it's hosted, but is also inviting and relevant to older people. You might have a skate park in a city, which is fantastic for younger people, but not that many people over the age of 70 might be using it. They might be more interested in, other activities. So you have to make sure that, I suppose, all interests are also catered for. And finally, and that is, I suppose, very important in terms of making the business case for these interventions, is to actually think about, think about how can we measure our progress and see whether what we're trying to achieve actually does work and lead to the results that we wish to have. That's still very few initiatives are actually evaluated in that way, and so it's hard. While it's very much based on common sense, it's still hard to cost it and show the gains that we can have. So building that is also important in the initiative. I wanted to share with you just a few tools that we have developed, placing them in the context of more tools that are available thanks to the growing interest on healthy aging in cities. And wanted to share with you, first of all, some information about the networks that are in place by WHO. Many of the cities represented here are already members of either the WHO European Network of Healthy Cities that looks at policies local policies on health, but includes, of course, aging as one of the areas of interest. Then the global network of age-friendly cities and communities that looks particularly at the interests and needs of older people. And then here within Eurocities, there's now the action group on active and healthy aging. So also an important opportunity for working together, where the tools that are available here might be very useful in the work that you might be doing. We have, over the last years, been working on providing more practical how-to guides. We had published many years ago in 2007 the WHO Age-Friendly Cities Guide that lays out the 8 domains that I showed earlier and highlights the importance of working with older people. But we are now in the process of developing more concrete guides and tools to help age-friendly assessments and profiles and help measure progress. And one in particular I would like to mention that's currently developed by the European Office of the WHO is the Age-Friendly Environments in Europe project that's done in collaboration with DG Employment and as a contribution to the D4 Action Group in the European Innovation Partnership. And we expect those tools to be available later this year. So it's coming. In the same way, also indicators to help measure progress towards age-friendliness that I mentioned earlier. And to finish my presentation, I just wanted to show you the information sharing platform that we've developed with the aim of building a one-stop shop on age-friendly environments that features currently about 200 city profiles by members of the global network, but also a number of policy documents, around 150 age-friendly assessment reports, strategies and action plans, some progress and evaluation reports, and it's growing. It's being developed as we speak. And one of the features on this website is actually a section for age-friendly practices, and I would that's open to anyone to submit to. So anyone working on concrete projects to enhance the accessibility of your cities, I would like to encourage and invite to submit those practices here, because it's really an effort to compile that information, and that could then be searched and help others to find inspiration. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, as Annalisa said yesterday, if you don't make any question, you don't have right to the coffee. And thanks to Paulina, we have 8 minutes to questions and answers. So it's not too much time. It's time to 2 or 3 questions if you are short and directly to the point, and of course all of us are, or our friends are committed to answer to you. So who wants to make some question about life, because we are talking about citizenship, about day by day, we are talking about tools and working together. We talk about economy, so you can ask everything if you want. You're okay. In front.
Just before I pass the microphone, I wanted to say that whoever is interested in Eurocities' work on active aging, this is Anne-Berit Dreyfus from Oslo, who spoke yesterday, and she can give you any further information.
Good morning, Fernando Alonso from Acceplan, Barcelona. Well, I don't want to make a question, but a comment. And it's about housing, which is a very important issue that I really am very glad that Adolf brought that, saying that accessible housing is needed for accessible cities. And I want to bring shortly our experience. During many years in Spain, we had a quota of 3% of the publicly supported housing to be accessible. Not accessible, adapted, which is very different. And this situation has brought several problems of assignation. It's not so easy to mix supply and demand. My view is about universal accessibility housing, not only publicly supported but privately as well. Because there are lots of arguments and reasons, such as those that Adolf has presented, but it's also a question of equality, because the problem with the quota of a small part, well, there are many problems. First, when there's a high state of economy and there's a lot of construction, then the private is much more powerful, not demands public support, because they prefer have prices, free prices. Therefore, there's no quota for the disabled. Secondly, equality in the sense that with this quota, what you get is that the basement, the least quality apartments are for the disabled. So they tend to give the ground floor, the basement, etc., and without a real knowledge of what is accessibility, with a lot of problems. Thirdly, there's also the question of adaptation. Every housing, every person is not needing the same type of apartment. So if you put compulsory adapted housing, then you get a type of what some promoters think is an adapted housing. And therefore, when the person who was lucky to get this assignation, they receive a house that is not adapted for their needs. So we need to change that into another concept, which is universal level of accessibility, so that you can really choose any building, any apartment you want, and that it might be adaptable, not adapted, but adaptable without much expense. Thank you.
Some more questions? Or eu posso fazer um desafio? Temos ali uma pergunta. Já agora eu aproveito para desafiar nosso convidado que está hoje. Our invited, José Serrode Mr. José Serrode is here, is president of the Instituto Nacional de Reabilitação. And maybe after this question, I asked, please. I asked José Serrode to talk about our experience of our legislation and experience about accessible housing in Portuguese, if he wants, because we have translation, we must use it. Please.
Thank you. My name is Jeroen Hoendekamp. I work at Eindhoven City in the Netherlands. And what I'm wondering is that we are at the Eurocities conference, and yesterday a very strong claim has been made for the role that cities can take in improving accessibility across the border, across the line. But today, Mr. Ratska made a strong case that the benefits and the business case of accessibility actually only is positive on the national level, when he explained how 100% subsidizing scheme for elevators should be a national scheme because of the benefits of productivity, economy, tourism would only be put together on this aggregate level. So what I would like to ask is whether you could reflect on what is the way the responsibilities of cities and national governments should be divided. And is it possible for cities to make a strong and comprehensive accessibility program without a strong and comprehensive national scheme of funding for these cities? Thank you.
Adolf.
Well, the research I've done on this is pretty old. It was in the 80s. And according to the figures, as far as I remember, about 10% of the benefits would accrue to the house owner in the form of a higher expected rental income. That's not very much, because if he pays those 10% of the additional cost, still we need the other 90%. The other 90% accrue, of course, to the tenant, the families, in terms of better quality of life. But the main impact is on the municipal services. There will be less services needed. There will be less demand on health care, etc., etc. So it would be the municipal agencies, and depending on the country, who pays for health care? Is it the county council or the municipal level or the national level? It will differ. So in order to make things easier, I thought it would be best at the national level to have a system of subsidies there that's not allocated depending on the national conditions. But to me it's obvious that retrofitting is expensive and the costs need to be shared, and without subsidies it won't work. But there's no excuse whatsoever when it comes to new construction. No excuse. The additional costs are really negligible. And we have to have building permits that are based and conditioned on access features. And I think I would really suggest that Eurocities urges the Commission, the European Union Commission, to pass a directive that all cities, all building permit issuing agencies are bound to only give building permits to new construction, new residential constructions that are accessible. That would be the first measure.
I don't know if Carl wants to say something about Carl. You want to talk about these dimensions, these...
Well, I think in tourism it is quite easy because, of course, we were focusing within our study on the overall figures in Europe, yes, but the responsibility lies on the level of the destination. When we are talking about tourism, people travel to a certain place or to a certain region, and this region is responsible for what the guest will find on the spot. And of course, especially for cities, it lies on the responsibility of the single city to decide in which way to develop, to make a good offer for disabled people, to make a good offer for people with children, to make a good offer for the elderly population, in general, to make a good offer for everybody, and especially to deal with the specific information. This is very important. Finally, for the tourism sector, it's just doing a good job for everybody, that's it.
Well, José Seródio is president of the National Institute for Rehabilitation and is responsible in Portugal for the coordination of implementation of the plans and assure that law is implemented in the country about these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to speak in Portuguese if I can, because I don't have preparing this communication. I hope that you have your phones. Muito obrigado, Sr. Vereador, pela possibilidade que me dá de expor a situação portuguesa nesta questão das acessibilidades, não só para as pessoas com deficiência, mas também para as pessoas idosas que cada vez têm mais incapacidades e mais dificuldades de funcionalidade para aceder a determinados locais, e as acessibilidades são um fator principal em Portugal. Embora houvesse uma regulamentação anterior, em 1997 surgiu a primeira legislação nesta área que impôs determinadas regras de acessibilidade relativamente aos espaços públicos. Em 2006, esta legislação foi alterada, para além da obrigatoriedade, de manter a obrigatoriedade da acessibilidade nos espaços públicos, que ainda é um trabalho que se encontra a ser realizado com alguma dificuldade devido à situação de crise, à situação económica e orçamental de alguns serviços públicos e, nomeadamente, da administração central e local, mas que tem sido feito o possível e tem sido feito um trabalho meritório, cada vez mais meritório, que tem possibilidade que as nossas cidades e os nossos espaços de lazer, as nossas habitações, tenham cada vez mais acessibilidade. Com esta legislação de 2006 passou a ser obrigatória não só que fosse cumprida a legislação relativamente às acessibilidades nos espaços públicos, mas igualmente na habitação. E na construção, a sua aplicação foi imposta de uma forma gradual até 2017 e que, com a crise atual, implicou algumas alterações e alguns atrasos na aplicabilidade desta legislação. No entanto, é de salientar o esforço que tem sido feito pelas câmaras municipais e pelas entidades fiscalizadoras nesta área, porque apesar das situações de crise e apesar de toda a situação, têm mantido a acessibilidade como um fator principal e como um princípio que tem de ser aplicado a todas as cidades. Para além destas questões das acessibilidades, convém também salientar que a partir de 2012 um dos grandes problemas que nós tínhamos até aí era a questão na parte habitacional de como criar questões de acessibilidade aos prédios em condomínio e em propriedade horizontal. Foi alterada também a legislação e o Código Civil nessa altura, o que possibilitou que hoje em dia um condómino que necessite de adaptar e criar condições de acessibilidade não tenha que ter obrigatoriamente a maioria dos outros condóminos para implementar questões de acessibilidade no edifício. Poderá implementá-lo por sua conta e depois exigir ao condomínio, conforme a utilização que seja feita desse espaço, que seja reembolsado de todas as obras que executou. Mas eu queria salientar que as questões de acessibilidade, como foi aqui dito, não se resumem apenas às questões habitacionais e às questões dos espaços públicos. Incluem também a questão da cidade e as questões das acessibilidades nas cidades, as acessibilidades aos espaços de lazer e as acessibilidades ao turismo. Como foi aqui dito, não basta tratar das questões de acessibilidade aos hotéis e ter transportes para os hotéis e termos aviões que permitem que as pessoas com dificuldades de mobilidade cheguem a um determinado país e que cheguem a um determinado hotel que tenha determinadas condições para acolher pessoas com mobilidade condicionada. É preciso que as cidades sejam acessíveis, é preciso que os museus, que os espaços de lazer sejam acessíveis e é também necessário que as pessoas tenham acesso a esses espaços. Foi por isso que, a nível do Instituto Nacional para a Reabilitação, com outras entidades, nomeadamente com a Agência Portuguesa para o Ambiente e com o Instituto de Turismo, desenvolvemos alguns prémios, nomeadamente a Praia Acessível, em que se verificam se as condições e as idas às praias e se existem condições das pessoas com mobilidade condicionada irem à praia, irem ao banho, e introduzimos ainda um fator este ano, é que tenham espaços de lazer dentro da própria praia que possam estar com as demais pessoas e com os demais cidadãos. Para além da questão da praia acessível, que este ano, já no ano passado, tivemos cerca de 200 praias acessíveis em Portugal e no continente e ilhas, incluindo praias fluviais. Posso dizer que o primeiro prémio no ano passado foi ganho por uma praia fluvial, da Pampilhosa da Serra, que foi içada a bandeira na semana passada, e o segundo lugar foi para uma praia do litoral, a Praia de Lagos, que iremos içar a bandeira de praia acessível na próxima semana. Mas para além disto, e porque para nós a questão da acessibilidade é uma questão fulcral e é uma questão transversal para toda a sociedade e para tudo o que se faça no desenvolvimento das políticas de inserção das pessoas com deficiência e das pessoas idosas e de todas as pessoas e toda uma sociedade na sociedade, criámos também o Prémio Conselho Mais Acessível, o que permite aos conselhos, premiar os conselhos que melhor têm trabalhado durante um período de 2 anos para criar condições de acessibilidade, não só nos espaços públicos, mas também na informação, na comunicação e na área ambiental. E isso para nós são fatores fundamentais, porque sem acessibilidade, e a cidade de Lisboa tem sido um dos municípios que mais tem trabalhado nesta área, eu quero felicitar pelo trabalho que tem desenvolvido e pelos projetos que tem em mãos, nomeadamente o projeto de vida independente, que também é essencial nas questões da acessibilidade. Sem isso não podemos ter uma sociedade inclusiva e pelo que foi aqui hoje transmitido, e é essencial, temos de ter a consciência que a sociedade do futuro tem que ser uma sociedade mais inclusiva e em que as pessoas cada vez estarão mais limitadas na sua funcionalidade e na sua incapacidade, embora com melhor qualidade de vida e melhor saúde. Por isso, muito obrigado.
Well, last word for the table. I don't know if you want to say something more, Adolfo. Well,
Can I add anything? There's nothing to add. It was very well put.
I can just agree.
well, Lisa.
I do.
Something to, well, I think we much, well, Paulina says you can.
Eu consigo seguir. Boa tarde. Eu só queria comentar aqui uma questão. Por causa das leis das acessibilidades, esta questão de termos uma lei que supostamente torna tudo acessível é um bocadinho complicada. Porque assim, a primeira lei que foi feita em 1997 não chegou a ser efetivamente aplicada porque ninguém adaptou, seja o que for. E a atual lei também não está a ter uma grande aplicação, apesar de falarem muito em crise, continuamos a ver que se fazem obras, mas a lei não é aplicada. E depois na questão das casas, é muito complicado. Complicado para mim ver novas habitações serem construídas e continuam a não ser acessíveis. Portanto, isto é um bocadinho complicado. Estarmos a criar leis que podem ser todas muito boas no papel, mas na parte prática têm tido bastante dificuldade em ser implementadas e não estamos a conseguir chegar lá. Portanto, é um bocadinho uma falsa questão termos excelentes leis e depois não termos trabalho nenhum no terreno. Muito obrigada.
Eu creio que o José Serra queria responder, não vou deixar responder, mas vou responder por ele. Eu creio que a questão das leis é essencial, de facto. A questão é criarmos mecanismos, primeiro mecanismos de fiscalização, e aí os municípios deverão ser os primeiros a exigir a aplicação dessas leis como de muitas outras, ou seja, é mais uma das leis, a exigir aos técnicos a aplicação dessas leis, porque quando um arquiteto e um engenheiro, o arquiteto assina um termo de responsabilidade sobre um projeto, também tem que cumprir as leis da acessibilidade, que são leis deste país, como todas as outras, não são só o Regulamento Geral de Edificação, mas também a Lei da Acessibilidade e um conjunto de outros de leis. E segundo, quando elas não é verificada, tem que se exigir quer aos técnicos, quem constrói e aos próprios edifícios, aos proprietários, que criem essas condições já a posteriori e serem aplicadas o que está definido por lei, quer dizer, são coimas, são adaptações e temos que ter meios para o fazer. Obviamente que há muito trabalho para fazer e há um trabalho muito importante que é a consciencialização de todos os agentes, e quando nós promovemos uma conferência como esta, convidamos todos os nossos colegas da Europa para virem aqui discutir com este, também estamos a trabalhar nesse âmbito da consciencialização. E é esse muito o trabalho do Plano de Acessibilidade Pedonal da cidade de Lisboa, é um pouco a consciencialização para as questões da acessibilidade. Agora, obviamente, para quem tem que todos os dias lutar, porque é isso que estamos a falar, lutar contra estas adversidades, temos que perceber que todo o tempo é tempo essencial e é tempo perdido. E, de facto, revolta-nos a todos a continuarmos a ver obras mal feitas, e o Pedro falou sobre isso ontem. Muitas vezes nós próprios, que estamos a implementar um plano, temos regulamentos, temos regras, temos modelos, vemos que nem sempre as nossas próprias obras do município acabam por ser bem feitas e falhar em alguns aspectos, e temos que continuar a trabalhar e, portanto, não bastam as leis, obviamente, há muito para fazer para além de leis. Portanto, e Adolf, yes.
Yeah, I'm very happy you brought up this topic of the law and lack of enforcement. Well, let's face it, a law in itself is just a piece of paper. The law has to be backed up by legal practice. We have to take people to court to make the law work, because otherwise the law is unenforced. It's so interesting to notice that in most countries people just take it for granted that as soon as a law is passed, that the reality is passed. That doesn't happen. There's no way of sitting back and get fed by other people. You have to grab the food yourself. We have to go to court. The movement has to get legal expertise to become experts in taking the cities, the countries to court. In Sweden, we just recently started an organization, a membership organization called With the Law as a Tool for Social Change. So we have about a group of 20 pro bono lawyers to promise to help us without payment to take our cases to court. I think that's the best way to complement legislation, that complement the efforts of the cities and the countries, because if we do not take action as disabled citizens, we will always sitting around and waiting, they're complaining, and complaining. We've had enough. We have to take action.
It's too late. That's one advantage of the laws. You can go to the court, and that's why it's important to have a law, to applicate it, but in all the numbers of the law. So let's go to the court. And before, please have a break and a coffee. And we have 10 minutes to turn back. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sie sitzen auf welchem Stuhl? Auf dem hier. Ja. Ja.
I knew I'd get them there. It's the story of my life in
Es gibt nicht so viel Platz. Die Stühle sind auch so breit, dass man gar nicht. Ich kann ihnen leider gar nicht mehr Platz machen. Ich bin nur noch angeblich hier mit drauf.
But just to let you know, so on the because I read the briefing.
Yeah.
So it's just I don't have anything really prepared. It's more
No. It's a real open discussion. No one prepared everything. No, it's good. Okay. We prepared some good. No. We wanted a real. We wanted a yeah.
What has been
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's fine like that. We just didn't want the normal, like always, discussing, presenting.
PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Well, we've been quite. You have 2 minutes, then you have only 1 minute.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, really? That's the new thing. Okay.
And
I think
focus on the
this is
questions.
1 minute, so.
So welcome.
Good. Exactly.
The chairs are so wide.
Yes. In the city council, we have meetings. Worse than this.
Like thrones.
Like throne. And I take my throne and put it away. And one of these. And you look to the round table and you see where is the architect. We have two architects in the council. And we took it out and take one. Everybody knows where we sitting.
Yeah. Karin? Sorry. The head of delegation of the Berlin mayor. And he's always going, geht immer die ganze Welt mit uns.
Schicken Sie mir das Bild
Ja,
auch?
auf alle
Ja?
Fälle, Herr Fabian, ganz
Sie, ja?
gerne.
Sie,
Ja.
Sie.
Der hat so einen Blog, wir sammeln Geld für so ein Kinderkrankenhaus
Okay.
in Berlin seit Jahren mit ihm. Er erzählt immer von seinen Reisen und wen er getroffen hat. Und das Ganze, ja, es gibt einige Bürgermeister auf der Welt, die ihn auf der Website haben, zum Beispiel der in Johannesburg, der Paxau hat jetzt so ein Bild aus Argentinien. Er sagt, where's the rabbit? Okay. Meinst du, wir kriegen ein Zeichen oder sollen wir einfach anfangen? Glaubst du? Die müssen die Türen zu. So. Jetzt ist die Frage, ob wir überziehen dürfen. Wahrscheinlich dürfen wir gar nicht überziehen. Eigentlich hatten wir 1,5 Stunden. Ich sehe alle.
Sowieso so viel Redundantes gesagt.
Genau, ja, wir versuchen das schön und lebendig zu halten. Das wird live von YouTube übertragen. Ja, mein Kollege hat mich gerade angerufen aus Berlin. Der guckt gerade. Are we already on air? Yeah, you can get us. Hi again and welcome back here. It must be a really good conference if people come back after coffee. This is what makes me happy. Thank you for having us. My name is Barbara Berninger. I'm chair of the European Working Group on Barrier-Free City for All, and I'm coming from the city of Berlin, and I feel honored and proud to be here. And at the same time, I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk to so many experts and so many people who are really concerned about the issue, and this makes me sure and shows that we are not only talking about brickstones, we are talking about barriers and mines, we are talking about how to really bring forward things. The people on the panel are the good ones, I decided, because yeah, very often we think we have to put pressure on politicians, we should enforce them to do more, but those are already aware, which makes me happy to moderate this panel. I'd like to shortly explain what we planned. We will have no PowerPoints. We will have no prefabricated presentations, because all of them were eager to just freely and openly talk and discuss. And that makes me even more happy. I'd like to present the people on the panel, as well the way of doing it. We decided to use the policy workshops results from yesterday, in which all of the participants of the conference could voice their opinion, and they did. And the conclusions and recommendations of each workshop will be fed into this political debate. And we prepared that with the help of 3 rapporteurs whom I'd like to present in a couple of minutes. But first, who is on the panel, right and left to me? To my left, you see our host. You all know him already, so I don't have to present him. João Carlos Afonso, the Deputy Mayor, and our host, thanks again, the 1,500th gratitude expressed of this day, but it's great to be here. To my right, German Mayor Thomas Fabian is the mayor, deputy mayor of Leipzig, and he has been elected again and again since 2006. So, guess he is a good one. And I know him because Leipzig is a city very eager within networking. And in our issue, in our field of work on inclusion and barrier-free cities, Leipzig is one of my favorite German cities, I have to admit, because they are not only talking, they are doing things and pushing forward. So thank you for being here. Then, to my far right is Lisa Trickett. She's a cabinet member for Green, Smart and Sustainable City in the city of Birmingham. She's a councillor and was elected for Labour to Moseley and Kings Heath Ward, a diverse neighbourhood within Birmingham in 2012. And she's held the cabinet's portfolio for a smart, green and sustainable city, which means she's also in charge of the strategic agenda to position Birmingham as a technologically smart and green city. She is also the vice chair of the Mobility Forum, in which our working group on barrier-free cities is situated. Thank you for being here, Lisa. And to my far right, and I'm so sorry that you haven't got a table in front of you. But yeah, we took a spontaneous decision. I'll explain it. Elina Selmina represents the Latvian presidency of the Council of the EU. And I'm very happy to have you here because the Latvian presidency is said to have our issue very highly on the agenda. We'll come back to that later. Welcome. And left to our host, you see someone you've already heard yesterday. It's Sofia Lorenzo from the European Commission, from the Unit for Rights of Persons with Disabilities. I'm sure that we'll find some question about the already mentioned European Accessibility Act, so I think you are especially happy to be here. And to the far left is our surprise guest, because it was foreseen to have a member of the European Parliament in here, but due to an accident she couldn't make it to come here, and because that happened very lately, we couldn't replace her by someone else from the Parliament. So 10 minutes ago, I asked Annalisa Poni to be here and represent our network, the Network of Eurocities. She's the Secretary General. And since she's such an energetic and spontaneous person, she agreed. So special thanks to Annalisa. What we'd like to do now, because I don't want to spoil this with remarks about why we are here. I think after 4 days, every one of us knows why we are here. So we have the rapporteurs of the 3 workshops of yesterday. I'd like to present them. Each of them will sum up the results and conclusions of one of the workshops, and they prepare, together with the audience of the workshops, some questions to the panel. You don't have to memorize all the questions because they will give a row of questions now. They said there are about 9 questions, but we'll repeat them afterwards. So the workshop number 1 was the workshop in which they have been working on how to work together on accessibility between cities, regions, national governments and the EU. And the rapporteur is Anna Ludvinek from Eurofund. And I just ask you to get up and stand up and let us know about workshop number 1.
Am I okay to speak? Perfect. Yes. Thank you very much, Barbara. Pleasure. Yes, we were discussing quite actively, I must say, how to work together and how to bridge the different levels. And I think right from the beginning, it became quite apparent that in Europe that is quite challenging because the countries have different structures. In some countries, regions are more powerful and more prominent in policy making than in others. So I think whilst we were discussing the policy making and multi-level cooperation, the recognition of differences came out quite strongly. Having said that, I think despite the differences, one issue that came out yet again and again, and I think that was also very prominent this morning and yesterday, was really the need for the political commitment and leadership, and that only with the political commitment, which I think we have here in abundance, you can really move and push the agenda. I think the question that arises then how to work together, I think it's important to then maybe step back, and that would be the question to the panel. Well, why should the different levels work together? What is the common objective? And do the different levels have a common objective in pushing the accessibility? Is it for moral issues? Is it for economic issues? Is it to achieve a greater social cohesion and inclusion? So I think getting a common understanding why should we do something together helps us to then move it to how. And I think again, laws were mentioned quite a lot this morning. And again, something that came up quite strongly in our discussions is the importance of implementation. And I think the court cases and taking a legal action is one extreme, I would say, maybe way to do that. But we have discussed what are the other tools that cities have at their hands to push the legislation and make sure that the implementation happens. What came quite strongly is the need for more structural data at the local level. We have it at the national level, but do we need to have and do we have the data to make sure that we are able to monitor what we had set to achieve? The second tool, which I found quite interesting, the issue of fiscal incentives or fiscal penalties that cities can apply if the laws are not properly implemented. Again, something that could be quite interesting to perhaps discuss. And then there was a fairly big discussion around the European Structural and European Social Fund and what role the fund could play in pushing the accessibility agenda. And finally, my final point was really how to use and galvanize the cities and what do cities have to offer to other political levels. And I think we agreed that the cities have an incredible knowledge base. They are the closest to the citizens. And I think it's just making sure that there are right channels to utilize this incredibly powerful knowledge at the different levels and that the different levels appreciate and recognize the cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you. The second workshop will be represented by Martha Stickings. She is from the Fundamental Rights Agency, and she represents the workshop which had been working on what do we need to implement the UN CRPD Convention across the EU. Please, Martha.
Thank you very much. In terms of the overarching theme that emerged from the second working group, I think there was clearly about how we can translate promises and commitments into realities and outcomes on the ground. And that was really the overarching comment that came up again and again during the workshop. But then, of course, we tried to break that down a little bit in terms of what would that actually mean in practice and how can we really ensure that this gap between what is promised and what happens is bridged. And in that sense, actually, a lot of the tools that came up have already been reflected, I think, in the discussions in the first working group, which is perhaps a good sign when it comes to the conclusions and the outcomes of the conference overall. But in our working group, we really identified sort of three particular issues in terms of this sort of promises to action issue. The first one will come as no surprise to anyone, but that is, of course, the involvement of users and their representative organizations throughout the process of policy making, planning, implementation, and then, of course, monitoring and evaluation. And that ensuring that there are systematic mechanisms through which users are involved in all of these processes is absolutely essential to ensuring that they're going to be successful and have the outcomes that we all hope. Secondly, an issue that came up is one that was mentioned quite extensively yesterday, and that is the question of standards. And standards both in terms of legislation, but also in terms of very technical standards for, say, buildings or transport. And there, we talked about the value that standards can have, that they can be very important in terms of promoting accessibility, independent living, and other issues related to inclusion. But that, of course, that means having the right standards, and that the wrong standards, when they exist, can actually be very counterproductive. And that if standards are not sufficiently progressive, if they're not sufficiently broad, then actually they can really hold back the process of promoting accessibility. And we heard an example from Dresden in terms of, say, the accessibility of taxis, that actually the standards don't require that all taxis are accessible, and therefore the economic arguments mean that most simply aren't. Lastly, the issue that we looked at was one of monitoring. We already mentioned that that, of course, has to include persons with disabilities, elder people, people with young children themselves. But, of course, that monitoring needs to feed into the development of subsequent policies to make sure that they are able to learn from both the successes and the mistakes or the less successful elements of previous policy initiatives. So they were the three issues really that we touched upon. So the inclusiveness of the process, the role of standards, and question of monitoring. And then we also looked at some tools that might help to bridge this gap, again, between promises and actions. The first one was the European Structural and Investment Funds, and it was underlined that these funds present a great opportunity to cities, but they also present an opportunity that has to be used in the right way. So in terms of particularly promoting accessibility, but also drawing on the ex-ante conditionality regarding the transition from institutional to community-based care. And that there's a role for everybody in this room, and particularly for cities themselves and for Eurocities more generally, in making sure that those structural and investment funds are used in the right way and in a way that is compliant with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And then tied to that, the second tool is again one that Anna mentioned, and that is the question of penalties. And perhaps, somewhat provocatively, whether there ought to be penalties in place for cities that don't ensure that their promises are turned into practice on the ground, and that when efforts don't result in changed outcomes, that there ought to be some kind of penalty, and perhaps even that the penalties ought to be distributed to the people who are not able to enjoy the outcomes of the promised results, so that the penalties go from the cities to the users themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. The third workshop, in which I was happy to be the moderator, was answering the question, accessibility, is it just a matter of money? Because from time to time, if you go around the world with that issue, you are confronted with this killing argument like, this is a question of money and we would do if we could, but we don't have money. So Javier Abril from the Ounce Foundation in Spain, who is also a member of my working group, will present the outcomes. And I'd ask you a question. Please don't tell them the first question, because this will be my start of the panel then. So it's my surprise question. Is it okay? Thank you. It's a nice one.
Ok, good morning, bom dia. Eu gostaria de falar em português, mas não consigo. So, com licença, I'm going to continue in English.
Then we should make sure that the panelists have headphones.
You speak English.
You will speak English.
No, eu só falo bocadinho de portunhol.
Sí.
So, I don't speak Portuguese.
Oh, you don't speak Portuguese. I thought you would speak Portuguese. Okay, fine.
Okay, we really finished very quick the discussion yesterday, because we all have very clear answer to the question. It's not a matter of money, of course. Accessibility is not a question of money. It's not a question of a matter of money, but it's a question of other things. Other things like sensitivity, compromise, planification, or maybe a lack of knowledge, a lack of training, or even education, or even just ignorance. It's a question of legislation, but also standardization, but also open minds, interest, creative, and also imagination. Maybe the solution should be to continue, or even to incentivize, or even force, and through loans, through awards, through even legal penalties, control, because we think it's a need, and it's good for all, of course. And to get it, we need to get the commitment of all the stakeholders, and we need their contributions, because we know that the benefits are bigger than the cost, and it's not even a cost, it's an investment, because you are going to have your award at the end. Because money should be a facilitator, should be a catalyst, and not a matter. Because we think that we have to work together to get this benefit for all the citizens. Another question, the first question, Barbara will tell you later. The second is, imagine you are the mayor of your city, you don't have budget, you don't have money. Nowadays this is easy to imagine. And how can you ensure that all the stakeholders participate from the scratch in the accessibility projects of your cities? How can you get this? And the third one should be, what can we do? I mean, the rest of the stakeholders, not just the politicians, the mayors, the rest of the stakeholders, the architects, the engineers, the organization of disabled people, to support, to make the necessary changes happen. That's all. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Javier. I liked all the questions of the workshop people, but the first question, which I asked him not to tell you already, I liked it best as a start, because you see everyone is tired. It was wrenching, 3 days of conference, so I'd like to ask my panelists to close your eyes. Please do. Close your eyes, and you could also don't fall asleep, because you have to work with closed eyes. Please close your eyes and imagine, just imagine you are between 80 and 90 years old, and always think that the future is not the same as the present. You are about 80, 90 years old. What kind of city would you like to live in? Take your time and just think about what kind of city you'd like to live in when you are an old ager, and maybe not only your hair is gray. Maybe there are some more changes in your body and mind and surrounding. And if I may wake up again my panel, then I'd like you to tell me about your dreams. And I'd like to start, of course, with Zhao. Would you like just take maybe a minute to tell me? And I'd like to raise this question to everyone at the panel. Please start, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Eu também falo em português. Portanto, quem tiver os escutadores, please. Sorry, I dream in Portuguese, so.
For Barbara.
I follow in English. Okay, here you are.
Yeah. Bom, sou muito agarrado à minha terra, portanto, eu espero que tiver 80 ou 90 anos estar ainda em Lisboa. E
Estava aqui a procurar umas notas sobre uma intervenção de há pouco, sobre Berlim. Não, a minha cidade, que eu gostava de fosse Lisboa daqui a 40 anos. Eu gostava de Lisboa não tivesse tantas barreiras, obviamente. Gostava que os transportes públicos cobrissem toda a cidade e fossem a preços suportáveis por todas as pessoas da minha idade. Gostava que as bibliotecas tivessem a parte infantil ao lado da parte dos jornais, e sejam eles digitais ou não, mas que a parte infantil fosse ao lado das pessoas da minha idade, não tivéssemos separados em cubículos. Gostaria que os prédios fossem todos de nível com as ruas, ou as ruas chegassem até aos prédios. Gostava que a cidade fosse um contínuo, ou seja, que pudéssemos caminhar pela rua, ter lojas, ter casas, ter museus, ter bancos, ter jardins, não haver vazios, e que a cidade fosse vivida e que tivesse mais 300 mil pessoas do que tem neste momento. É isso. Todas elas com uma média etária de 42 anos.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess we need more dreamers. You know, I once heard a marvelous man talking on accessibility. It was Thomas Frein from Belgium, a researcher who started working on accessibility in the early 70s, when almost no one knew about what he was talking, and he was talking about human-oriented design. And he started his speech with, let me be a dreamer, I'm not the only one. And I love that. Thank you so much, and yeah, we'll watch Lisbon's development. Thomas, also mayor, quite another city, the mayor of Leipzig. What did you dream of?
Ok, vou tentar em responder em português. Então, vai ser uma resposta muito breve. Eu sonho que a minha cidade de Leipzig, quando eu tenho 80 ou 90 anos, é uma cidade em que é normal de ser diferente. Sim, é normal de ser diferente. Em que pessoas que vêm de diferentes países, diferentes culturas para a nossa cidade são todas incluídas. Em que pessoas com diferentes capacidades são todas incluídas, e como eu também sou responsável para a política social na minha cidade, eu gostaria muito que ninguém vive em pobreza em Leipzig. É tudo.
I now can understand why he's re-elected again and again. Lisa, what did you dream of? Did you?
Is that on?
It's fine.
I think I didn't so much dream as I suppose reflect on something that was said earlier, that I came into politics and joined the Labour Party on the back of the anti-apartheid movement, and the Deputy Mayor referred to the hidden apartheid of people not being able to actually get about our cities, to get about Europe without barriers. I, as a student, joined many of my friends fighting the then Conservative government who were trying to outlaw gay rights, and I reflected on how far we had come in the UK with equal marriage and gay rights. I then reflected how we have a government today who can bring through something called the bedroom tax that takes away the rights of disabled people to have their carer living in their home. So my dream for when I was going to be in my 80s and 90s would be very much that we've actually got shared values and a shared understanding that actually space is shaped managed by all of us, and our cities belong to all of us, and that we have the legislative framework and the vision and the purpose to deliver on that once and for all, because I really do feel, listening today and looking at where we've gone, that disabled people's rights have too much been pigeonholed and left behind other rights that have progressed.
Thank you. Annalisa, what about you? I guess some of your dreams have already come true during the last 2 days, but...
Well, look, let's try to be complementary, because what the other panelists said, we all dream of. But in a way, I would like to live in a place when I'm 80 and 90, if I get there, where the sun and the sea are there, okay? Good climate, good sea, enjoying life. And I want to be able to enjoy these things at an affordable level. I have to say, I've been working in many countries for many different bodies, and I think that for fiscal reasons, I will not have a pension, because I've paid, my pension rights all over the place in Europe, so I will end up with a really small pension, I think. So I want to be able, like many other people that cannot have, for instance, a high pension, be able to afford to have have a good life at an affordable cost. And I want to be living in a place where I can move around and be able to see my friends, my family easily, in an accessible way, because I think that when you are old, no one has to be feeling the feeling of solitude. This is something that I would not want.
Sophia.
Thank you. Of course, I also wish to get there, and when I do, and I don't know, I've lived already in 4 different cities, and I'm still a bit far from 80 or 90 years old, but I will likely be in some European city, and I wish that I can have a life and do normal tasks like go to the supermarket, visit my friends, and travel, and that I can do this all with no hassle. And together with family and friends, that we can all go, and if I have some impairments or difficulties, that I will be supported by family, friends, and the community, and everyone in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to come to Elena.
Thank you. When I was a student and I was asked where would I like to work, I studied social work and sociology. I always answered at the macro level, because I felt that this is the place where I can implement some new things, bring about new ideas on a broader scale. When I now imagine my elderly days, I hope that the city I live in a small village and travel every day to the capital. I hope to be able to scramble into the train, which now has the high ground, but I hope it will have a ground floor. And I hope to be able to make the same choices I do today, to an extent that would be affordable and fit for me. So I just hope that the ideas I work for today are implemented when I'm old. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I could stay with you a little bit, Elena, because you're presenting the Latvian presidency of the Council, and this means you're representative, and maybe you are thinking about how can we utilize the enormous treasure of the cities to really enable things, or like Martha asked, how can we make sure that promises and political commitments, of which definitely all our cities and countries are rich, turn into action and real results on the ground. So how can we bridge, overarch? Like if you see the panel, those are people representing all the bodies that could enrich your work, how could they? What would you wish them to do? How would you wish us to connect? And I'd also ask this question later then to, of course, the European Commissions and the politicians on the table.
Latvian presidency did took the subject of disability to be among the priorities because of the reason we have done some things, but we felt that a new boost is needed, a new reshuffle of ideas is needed. So we did it. It was mainly among the social policy sector, but also in other sectors and parliamentarians and urban officials as well. And we concentrated more on inclusive growth, labor market and education. And I remember from the high-level meeting we organized in Riga that it was told as regards education, the vital factors are a dedicated school principal, knowledge, and cooperation, and some other things. I think we can just change the keywords to school principal to the mayor, or officials to the city officials, and that's it. The human factor will always be there. If there is someone driving the idea, then it's much more easier. But the governments are there to take up the responsibility to present the idea, to have the driving force that this is what our country needs. And this is what is my job as a government official, which I am dedicated to do. And this is my conclusion, that there are maybe some officials who can work without a personal dedication. If you are an accountant, possibly it's possible if you don't believe, or you don't have to believe into it very, very much. But if you work for anti-discrimination and poverty issues, then you somehow have to believe in the objectives you are setting for yourself. So this is what is behind it, and we try to carry on.
Lisa looked as if she wanted to add.
I think one of the issues for me is, I suppose, how do we turn the rhetoric into a reality? And in Europe, we've been talking about smart, sustainable, competitive cities for a long time. And actually, what do we mean by that? And to me, there is nothing smart when you actually exclude a whole proportion of people from your workforce. And we've had research recently by the University of California that absolutely shows that the link between quality of life and growth has been broken. And I think it comes back to this, the fiscal imperative. Many of us will not have pensions to speak of because we've had a different career trajectory and the economies have broken. And actually, how do we actually ensure people have choice and control in a period of massive, massive cutbacks? And I think one of the starting points is about changing mindsets. It's the point that was made. It actually doesn't cost that much more, if at all, to build accessibility for all. We now have modular build, we have new ways of building that actually you can add on, you can change, you can adapt buildings. Adaptability and flexibility has got to be key in the built environment, and programs like Horizon 2020, where we can take the knowledge from some of the universities and apply it in reality, I think will be absolutely key within that.
Thank you. Sophia and also Annalisa, what do you think about this? Because it's a key question to the Commission, but as well for the networks. Because what I realize is that all of us, like the networking people, the activists, have a lot to offer. When I was here, I was thrilled about all the conversations I had with activists, and sometimes I wish there was a direct lane to the Commission, to the Parliament. Let them listen. I'm sure that most people don't want to be rude and ignorant. They just don't know where to ask and what to then put into action. So what do you think?
Yeah, that's why events like these are so important. So us in Brussels, as we are known, get to know more about what's happening in the cities, how can we work together. Of course, we have already established ways of consulting member states and consulting civil society, but it's never too much to feed us with more information. And in any case, it's an obligation by the Convention that we work together with civil society, which we were doing already before, and we will continue and to do so. And indeed, there are possibilities that the EU can help the cities and vice versa. So working together, as we discussed yesterday in workshop number 1, is key. Otherwise, we will all be working separately in our own realities, and we will see very little result.
Don't you think that stepping up the strength of the EU measures seems to be proportional to the nature of the challenge? This is what I realized when I was here, that when I see what the challenge is, I guess we should strengthen up.
Yeah, and we will, well, our Commissioner for Employment, Marianne Thyssen, she is committed to and involved and wants to do more in the area of disability and accessibility. And already, as we discussed, the political commitment is very important. At our level, services level, we continue to raise visibility, work with colleagues from different areas, because of course the Horizon 2020, as an example, is managed by, well, it's under another Directorate General, but we need to work together within our own networks, within our European Commission, but then and that's the mainstream working, and then always together with civil society and the representatives of public authorities at all levels of governance.
Yeah. Annalisa, what do you think, how we can make sure that promises and commitments turn into action?
I think that the multi-level governance, discussion, so all the different levels working towards the same goal, is really one of the biggest, I would say, challenge. It's like the Russian dolls system kind of thing, where sometimes you have a doll that doesn't fit into the other one, or the biggest doesn't understand what the smallest is doing, and so on, so it doesn't work. And basically sometimes you just see, like in a court of chickens running around trying to do their own thing, but then the final goal is not achieved. So it's a lot of, in a way, waste of energy. So cities try to do this, national governments try to do this, but it doesn't happen, and that's our attempt by proposing to push for an urban agenda working method, is to try to put all these levels around the table more often on issues that are imperative for cities and for citizens. So accessibility and the issues that we have discussed today are one of the main issues for cities and citizens. So I believe that if we have to start from the highest level of legislation down to the national, down to the regional, to the local, and so on, we need to have the right guys around the table to be able to say, okay, this legislation makes sense if we do that. If we only do that in different, in its own way, in our own way, in our own platforms, and so on, we will never really manage to exploit the potential of the cooperation and achieve the same goal. It's very, very difficult, but I think that by trying and by being very concrete on specific issues, we can try to have the right people around the table and discuss and test. This piece of, for instance, the Disability Act, if ever one day it will come out, why not create a table around which you put the Commission, the Member States, the cities, and say, so what do we need? What is working? What is not working? What can we learn from each other? Where are the information gaps? And so on. It may sound quite naive or simple, but it is something that, for instance, as Eurocities, we would like to push.
Thank you so much. It reminds me of a talk I had on the first evening in Portugal, in Lisbon, during the dinner you hosted. I met one of the activists and he told me that they've got some severe problems with the trams because here transport issues, if I understood you right, are organized by the national level, which makes it very difficult for a mayor of a city to get into things and to change things sometimes and to improve things. And I told them that in Berlin we did the following. We had a tram, one, and we were sure that we would order lots of those trams because they are super, super accessible. And then we arranged with a big group of activists, of people with disabilities and old agers, that we test this one tram. And then we'd evaluate the testing, like you proposed, not only with transport planners and engineers, but with users. And what happened was that it was a wonderful machine. It was a great piece of transport enabling, but there were several things that could be improved. And then the Berlin government forced the company to change those things, to improve them, and then we ordered all the trams after the improvement. And it sounds weird, but it was not that difficult to do. And it made the government happy, and afterwards it also made the company happy because they got the request. And I guess this is what you mean. And not always talk to you say, okay, you talk, as a commission, you talk to the national level and to the city level, but talk to real people. I guess this makes things better. I'd like to come to the mayors, right and left from me, because you mentioned the city level. And yes, I'm a fan of city cooperation. Therefore, I'd like to ask, how can cities use the knowledge and the know-how they have to put issues of accessibility on the agenda? And which channels are best to do so? And I'd like Thomas Fabian to maybe give me an example from Leipzig, if you'd like to.
Yeah. Well, before you may forgive me that I report a little bit about my city, Leipzig, before I answer your question.
Of course.
I'm convinced that if we move from integration to inclusion, it will affect all of us. It will not only give new opportunities to people who are excluded, but it will change our lives of all of us. And sometimes I get the impression that a lot of us have not still figured out that it's not only about people with disabilities, about elderly people, but it's about how, in what kind of society we want to live. And one of the reasons why Leipzig has been very active in the recent years in developing accessibility, in pushing forward measures for inclusion is that 26 years ago we had the Peaceful Revolution, and that changed a lot. Leipzig was in a city, in a society of transition, was very active, and this transition meant that the population of the city discussed very intensively how are we going to develop our city society. And I can tell you one of the first things that happened was that already in 1990, just after the founding of the former German Democratic Republic became part of all of Germany, we had someone implemented in the city administration as a voice of people with handicapped. So, and we have not a very long tradition, but almost quarter of a century been very active in this area. And I can also report that we have succeeded in many areas. 60% of the tram stops are now accessible, 40 of the bus stops. We have in our cultural institutions special offers for people with sight and hearing impairments, and I could go on a lot, although we still have a lot to do. We still have a lot to do. Now to your question, what are the tools that what we have. We have, I think, two tools. One is working within city networks. We have the national networks of the cities that raise the question, the voice of the cities within their own countries. And of course, Annalisa, we have Eurocities, which is a network where cities try to have direct access, not via another network which is organized in another network, which again is organized in another network, because we are convinced, not because we want to flatter ourselves or because we think we are very important, but the voice of the people, of the mayors that are responsible locally will be best able to give expertise, put forward expertise. Because there exists, I think, no politician like a local politician that is directly accessible to the citizens. Most of the citizens cannot differentiate between the local level, the national level, or within Germany, we even have the so-called countries in between the local and the national level and the European level. They even don't care about it. They want to live in a good city, and they want that administration and politicians solve their problems. So we are used in solving problems, and we are also used in solving problems without having a lot of money, without having the power to issue laws, but we just simply have to do this. Let me give you one example. If the refugees come to our cities, we have to put them into houses. Yeah? No matter who gives us the money for it. And I think we will come back later to the question of the money, and Barbara, I would be happy if you would let me answer that question as well, because yeah, because I also, a social politician always likes to talk about money as well. Yeah, of course, yeah. And so we always have to solve the problems, and I think it's very important that we have a direct communication. And I've also been active within Eurocities for some time, and I sometimes wonder whether it is boring to repeat this all the time. But I think we have to repeat this all the time, because very often we are excluded. I just want to give you an example from our national policy. There have been, just recently has been a big high-level round table of the national government about how to deal with the refugees. The cities were excluded. We are the ones who would have to do the job where we don't have a say, and we are not even heard properly. Yeah? So we have representatives who talk about us and our needs, but we are not heard. A few years ago, there was a big round table, a national round table, about how to solve the problems within the German education system without the cities. Yeah? So we have to repeat this, even if we get on some people's nerves.
Thank you. I'm sure you will be definitely not getting on people's nerves, but like pushing things forward. I'd ask Joao like the same question, and maybe you'd also raise the money issue.
Money issue.
Yeah.
Well, I think the first step is the political commitment. Well, you have to say it. You have to say it's a decision that you want to do that. You want to promote accessibility. You have to say that is a part of more than only accessibility. It's a human right. Everybody has right to the city. Everyone, everybody. Not excluding nobody, including everybody. And I think this is the first step. You have to say it loud and clearly. Not in the end of the list you have accessibility. No, you have to put it in front. We need the city for everybody. We need accessibility cities. And for that, we need jobs, we need elevators, we need housing, we need everything. Second, you must say how. Well, and you must say you can do, it's impossible to do everything in one time. And we have to say it, will take lots of time. And you have to say it, we began to doing this,
And this, and after we think the importance is this, but saying how to do it. And then you must show it. You must be able to show it. You must, step by step, not waiting a lot to show it, but you must show something in determined time. In a certain time you must say, and then you must say to everybody, well, it's impossible to say, it's impossible waiting only for the city council, the mayor or someone. Everybody must participate in this effort. I think this is the most important thing. Must first political commitment, action, show it, and ask to each person the responsibility. I think this is the most important. Well, the money. The money is important, but I think we don't need the money in our pockets, our social pocket. We must say, well, social rights is everything. It's every issue in the local government is a social right. It's about social rights. It's about thinking the needs of each person. So we must say to our partners, our fellow deputy mayors, that when they are taking a decision, they are taking a decision to everybody. And so they have to have inclusive decisions in each time. Well, in the end, you must say, well, one moment, we need money, because if you stay with all the money, we don't have the money to make things that nobody thought about it. And that's what happened with us with the accessibility plan in the end, because we began last year without money. We began with very few money. And in this time, we multiplied, we had 1,000 more than we have last year. Because what? Because we said, no, we don't need money. The money is the whole budget of the municipality. And in the end, we're going to see if you invest 3% of our investment budget. And then we understand that's impossible. And then this year we are in 3 million euros of investment to make accessibility improvements in the city. Well, to do what the others doesn't do. Well, and in the end, I hope we have more money to do even more.
Yeah, thank you. You wanted to come back to the money issue as well. I give you the floor, but I have an additional question out of the workshop I have been to yesterday. And the question that was raised there, and not only there, as I was informed by the rapporteurs, is the question on who's paying for the party. Who is paying for what has to be implemented? And this is the cities. And where are the savings going? They're going to the nations very often. So this is something I'd also like to discuss. Okay, so.
Yeah, just a very brief answer. Of course it is a question of money. Even though I'm a social politician, well, especially because I'm a social politician, I have learned that, first of all, you need to secure a certain budget, and then you can put your priorities. And coming to priorities, this is also a question for the whole of the society. Yeah, it is a question of what kind of taxes do we have, how high they are, what we do with our taxes. So I think the money is an important means to shape society. And again, Barbara, what you said, yeah. On the city level, very often we don't have enough money to do our job properly. But of course you can have a lot of creative ideas, and my colleague who is responsible for the finance always says to me, well, Thomas, be creative, find something. And just one simple example. Of course, we are very happy when citizens do voluntary work within the social area. But I always say there is no voluntary engagement without professional guidance, professional preparation, because otherwise it will go wrong. So even if we have voluntary work, we always need money to guide this. Yeah.
Yes, of course, and it's also a question. I'm a big fan of voluntary work, and volunteers are, I guess, an important part of every society. But it shouldn't be seen as, okay, we don't care about that, we've got the volunteers for that. I remember in Germany when the army, the going to the army was no more obligation, but voluntarily happening. Lots of institutions concerned about accessibility and people with handicaps were like shocked, because no one thought about all the volunteers who had not gone to the army but chosen to do volunteer work instead, like social work and supporting work. And no one in the beginning had thought about, and what do we do with the thousands of places who haven't got anyone anymore to do the work. So I'm fully with you. It's also a question of honoring the voluntary work by seeing what they do and supporting. Yeah. Martha mentioned the EU structural funds, and not only those, but you, I guess it was you, Elena, who mentioned Horizon 2020. You mentioned the structural funds. I'm sorry, it was Lisa. I'm in charge of EU and international affairs in the city of Berlin, and I know that when it comes to terms, when we talk about money from the EU, very often, still today, in the cities, people say, yeah, okay, there is a lot of money, there are millions of euros, we could improve things, but we don't know how to do that. I think that EU structural funds offer many opportunities to support accessibility. How will and how can the cities use them to best effect? Because what I realize is it's not so easy. You have your operational programs, you have to think in advance. And how do you think, is there something that could be done, for instance, by the European networks, like Eurocities offers this funding newsletter, what I adore, because this gives advice about what should be done. What do you think? What is your experience, like the cities people, and also Sophia? How do you think the EU structural funds can be used properly to best effect? Because this is additional money. We should keep it in mind.
Yeah, so the EU is known for the legislation and the funding, but there's a lot that can be done then at national level. And regarding the funding, yes, for this period, as I mentioned yesterday, for this period 2014-2020, 20% is earmarked for social inclusion. And Be Creative, of course, the priorities are defined at national level and the funds are managed at national level. We want to make sure that it's used properly. There's added value in the projects developed. And applying for these funds and proposing projects that relate to accessibility, to inclusion in general, is then up to the member states, the regions, the cities. And internally, we are working together with the people that do the link with the management authorities in the member states to improve the knowledge and on accessibility and disability, so that this is really an added value and that it's rewarded the countries and the projects that focus on accessibility and inclusion.
Okay. Firstly, I think we're having an interesting debate, and in part, I suppose I'd quite like to take it. we're having a debate about the role of the cities, and in many ways we also need to think about the role of public services, and particularly how we actually deliver and shape our public services in a period of, in my country we call it austerity, I prefer to call it cuts, but you know. And to me it's really important that we as politicians and as cities, we actually at this point in time show courage and have integrity and actually place the needs and rights of our citizens at the core of our activity. And I actually think that's what we're talking about. We have to build a political movement across Europe that really understands what we've achieved today, but what else is meant to happen. And we fondly talk, well I do, my government might not, about free movement of people. And you know, those barriers are still there. And I think one of the things for me is the story that was given by the thing about the dread of not being able to visit the flat where your daughter moves in with her boyfriend. That to me is such a real, obvious story. And you know, the first thing that came into my mind is we're growing more and more reliant on the private rented sector in the UK, and that has no controls, no accessibility issues, and we have no tools at the moment on how to respond to that. And I think what we need to look at with the structural funds and everything else is how do we test the innovation, how do we use it to help us show that courage and integrity to deliver on the mission. A very quick point, I really do think also we need to be better about how we share and use our data. We all describe things in different ways. We will all have a different view on what special educational needs means or additional needs, and we use accessibility. You talk about accessibility, I probably talk about well-being, because to me well-being is about connecting people, it's about people being active, it's about learning cities. And I just think we need to find a way that we can shape our narrative and our stories so we can provide that kind of frame to the political movement that we need to build. And the social funds and European structural funds have to be stopping off points on that journey, not projects that start and finish. I have a loathing of projects, I have a love of pathways.
That's a wonderful point. Would you like to add, Elena?
Yes. Just a small remark. Usually we face a situation that if the money is restricted, then there is a decision either to invest in the economy part, to create new workplaces and new money, or to give money for the social sector. We try to convince and this is what mainstreaming is, to convince the colleagues in other line ministries that it has to be done simultaneously. You have to make sure that if you invest in industry and create something new, it has to be done while thinking about the social impact, about the target group you are creating those possibilities for, and structural funds allow this perfectly. You can have vertical activities and you can have horizontal priorities. And if the vertical ones are implemented by the national level, regional, or by entrepreneurs, or be it whatever, then the horizontal one is where you can have the control over everything what is being done. And it depends, of course, on the national governance, how to do it, to have the criteria, to have the sanctions, to redo the street corners if they are not proper or not. And if you have done it twice, then the next ones come up much better.
Thank you so much. I love the panel. I love the panelists. They are eager, they are interesting, and they are very engaged. But we are short in time, and over there are lots and lots of interesting people as well. So due to the fact that there will be a lunch and a family picture before and all those things, and that I was not informed whether I get the time that we were postponed, so I would like to switch and get you asking us or making remarks, because one question is still open, and this is the question in the spirit of nothing about us without us, which is a slogan that I like very much, which I learned it from the EDF in Belgium. Nothing about us without us. How do you ensure, all of you, that the views and experiences of users are incorporated at all stages of the process to make cities more accessible? Because I guess that we all feel that there is okay, there is some space for improvement, I guess. So I would like to open the floor, and I'd like to give the floor to you, all of you, to the audience, to the experts, and please don't be shy, and yeah, ask questions, give remarks, and I hope you are fine with that on the panel. Okay, so the floor is yours. Maybe also with suggestions. It doesn't have to be a question. It can also be a suggestion, like what I realize in the BI-talks, like the collateral talks between lunch and cheese. Very often there are the best ideas and the most creative talks. So there is one. Victoria.
Hi, I'm Victoria Pinoncelli. I work for the Royal Town Planning Institute in the UK. And so obviously on the panel, everyone's very convinced about the fact of, the need to have inclusive, accessible cities, that it's, a matter of, social importance. But I think what Lisa said about the UK context resonates with me. And how do we get politicians to see beyond the short term and to think about the long-term costs of not acting now, and maybe how do we put this in a language which is focused around like money or cost-benefits analysis, because I think it's the language that some people understand. Thank you.
Lisa, would you like to answer to that?
Okay, and welcome, Victoria. I think planning schools and something like the RTPI is very important within the UK context, and I'm sure there's ones across Europe. Too often I hear with regeneration or with development, oh, the market won't take it. The market won't take it because at the moment a lot of commercial developers are their profit is built on traditional methods of construction and particular standards and sizes. If we create the conditions through planning frameworks, through actually having ambitious informed architects, planners as part of that, then we can actually create the market. If we across Europe do that, then the market is made. I think within the way that we cost out developments and cost out programs within our cities, we have to have a whole system, whole place accounting mechanism, which we haven't got yet. And again, I hope there are experts on this panel beyond me who could actually tell us, how do we actually start to do this proper system accounting that shows that by actually doing something differently at a city level, the saving is made at a national level, and we need to actually see that kind of investment point. Because again, I see in too many cities in the UK, fantastic buildings that meet full accessibility standards, but no public transport of means of getting anyone there. And again, we have to look at a whole range of issues around accessibility as well. Buildings that actually suit people who say are on the autistic spectrum. Again, that is a very silent disability that too often doesn't come into the way we plan buildings and public spaces.
Is there someone else who wants to answer to this question on the panel? No? Okay, so next one, please.
Hi.
Okay, Mr. Radska, and as I saw a young lady before, then I have you.
Sorry, I'm first, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning,
everyone. I'm wondering if I could speak in Portuguese. It will be more comfortable for me, so if you don't mind. Bom dia a todos. Gostei... Começo por dizer que gostei muito desta conferência e tem sido para mim uma honra e um prazer estar aqui presente e ter a oportunidade de conseguir ouvir alguns dos grandes nomes associados às questões das cidades e nomeadamente as questões da acessibilidade, que é uma coisa que para mim tem sido um foco de interesse, como é óbvio. Eu gostaria, no entanto, de colocar aqui algumas questões. Gostei muito da forma como iniciou o painel, colocando as pessoas com os olhos fechados a pensarem no que seria, numa forma de sonho, como seriam quando se tornassem as pessoas mais velhas, como é que gostariam de ter a cidade. E eu estava a pensar que gostaria de fazer um exercício diferente, que seria colocar-vos a pensarem como seria colocar isso no lugar das pessoas com deficiência, mas no momento atual. Acho que grandes das questões que foram aqui colocadas, como seria ter uma cidade acessível para todos, aceder à biblioteca com um espaço em que tivessem compartilhado com diferentes idades, ou outras questões que aqui foram apontadas não seriam possível. E isso não é uma coisa longínqua, é uma realidade agora. E acho que isto reflete-se muito no qual é a nossa posição e qual é a nossa intervenção política. Quando estamos a pensar numa coisa que é distante, fica algo muito abstrato, então acabamos sempre por adiar a intervenção, a pensar, sim, é muito bom, é muito giro, é tudo muito interessante, mas não conseguimos visualizar uma ação efetiva e agora. O que para nós, e eu acho que posso falar aqui pelas pessoas com deficiência, é um problema, porque nós precisamos de intervenções agora. Gostaria, no entanto, de colocar aqui outro aspecto. Acho que para mim a participação das pessoas com deficiência é um e enquanto membro ativo em termos de políticos, e não só, mas essencialmente políticos, é de facto um dos fatores cruciais e decisivos para conseguirmos progredir em termos de intervenção política e, portanto, em termos de policy. E isto, portanto, fazendo uma política real para uma necessidade real, não é? E isso, nesse sentido, gostaria de felicitar aqui a equipa de coordenação do Grupo de Acessibilidade, do Plano de Acessibilidade da cidade, e a Câmara Municipal de Lisboa, que tem feito um trabalho interessante nesse aspecto e acho que é de louvar. Eu faço parte de um grupo de acompanhamento e monitorização do plano de acessibilidade e, portanto, é um momento onde é possível uma participação efetiva das pessoas com deficiência, o que é ótimo, não só porque fazemos o acompanhamento de monitorização, portanto, aqui numa perspectiva de mais de avaliação, mas como também fazemos parte desde a gênese e desde o início de todo o processo e, portanto, nós conseguimos dizer e ter uma voz ativa naquilo que é essencial para nós. Não obstante, acho que nós podemos sempre evoluir e gostaria, talvez, gostaria de lançar aqui a questão, se não seria possível criar uma estrutura que fizesse uma intervenção efetiva e direta na estrutura da Câmara, portanto, com um efetivo poder, portanto, ou um deputado, ou não sendo um órgão consultor, não é? Porque o órgão consultor é sempre muito bom, conseguimos dar inputs, mas não é uma participação efetiva no processo de decisão, não é? Se não seria possível isso acontecer, ou qual seria a viabilidade, no fundo dar aqui a um cargo, a um órgão, a criação de um órgão composto obviamente por pessoas com deficiência e que tivessem incluídas no policy process. Obrigada.
Diana, I guess there are several people who wanted to react that. I felt it next to me, so I give it to the right one, and I'd also like to ask you, Elena, and both of you.
Yeah, I'd love to answer to your question. Of course, I can very well understand it's also usually my first question, what are we doing concretely? But I think we all need a vision as a guiding line, yes? And then we have loads and loads and loads of small steps how we move forward. And just to give you a few examples from my city, all city buildings, yeah, all the buildings that belong to the city have to be accessible. Yeah, we have special offers within the cultural institutions. every new school building has to be accessible. We have loads and loads of programs. To your other question, yes, we have a committee of people that represents handicapped people in Leipzig that is involved with every decision that affects them, that the city council takes. And we are now in Leipzig developing an equal access plan, Leipzig on the way to inclusion, where we have very interesting conferences together with people with many different disabilities, which means that people who have hearing disabilities, sight disabilities, and also mentally handicapped people. And I can tell you it was very interesting for me to give a speech in so-called simple language. I don't like the term simple language because I think we should always speak in an understandable way. But that was very interesting. So we have loads and loads of small steps, but we still need a vision. I agree with you totally. A vision is not enough. A political program is not enough. A strategy is not enough. We have to go all the small steps.
Thank you. I have already seen 4 more people from the audience. 5. So this means Sophia wanted to come back to the aspect of cost-benefit analysis from your question, and I just want us to keep in mind the question of Diana, in a way, is the same question that we put in the very beginning. We said, is there a structural place for cities in the EU policy making? And what you ask is there a structural place for people who are mostly affected by the EU policy making? And I guess from time to time it comes as a request, please let us be part of the party. It shouldn't be like that. What I realize is that you are the best experts. This was what we realized when we newly organized traffic and transport in Berlin. Therefore, we were very often awarded. It cost us some discussions. And of course, well, it was not always easy because, of course, the administration is confronted with these lags as well. But I guess don't ask a favor if you ask this. Like, yeah. Push it strongly. Okay, so you want it?
Well, just briefly on the cost-benefit analysis.
Because we negotiated with the cook. We got 10 more minutes.
Okay. Of course, we have collected studies, and studies exist from many parts of the world on cost-benefit analysis. Of course, it's much easier to quantify the price of a ramp or a new lift, but what is very difficult to quantify is the cost of not being able to go to the supermarket or to the bank or to visit your daughter. And the focus is always on the costs, which is a pity. And indeed, as Adolf Ratzer has also presented, if the investment on accessibility is done at the design phase of a product, of a service, it's much less and very small even than when we need to retrofit. And differently is the cost of not being able to access products and services like everybody else. And indeed, we always like to focus on the economic terms, but this is a right, and we need to make this right a reality, whatever it costs.
That's true. I had on my list Mr. Ratzka. I guess it's okay, you can just start.
I don't know whether is it all?
Yeah, it is.
I'd like to come back to Lisa Trickett's comments about the difficulties that occur when the cost is borne by one actor, but the benefits are reaped by another actor, be it local government or national government. And my question to you is, to the panel, how do we solve this? We have it over and over again. For example, the costs of accessibility are supposed to be borne by the builder. We talk about retrofitting. There are considerable costs for retrofitting. But the benefits are not reaped by the builder. They're reaped by, for example, the county council in terms of less demand for health care. How do we get around this?
Lisa, may I ask you to answer very briefly, because we've got 4 more people on the list, but I think this is an interesting question.
I think we have to get far better. It goes back to my point that I think I made before, that we have to be much better at defining and aggregating up the evidence in a way that we can compare city with city, approach with approach. Retrofit, people will say, is expensive. I once ran an AIDS and adaptions program. The stupid thing we have is we will have an adapted house that then gets sold on the market, and the first thing the people moving into the house do is rip everything out that was adapted. So again, we need to find ways of placing controls or covenants on certain properties, and that's issues around flexible tenure. It goes back to us understanding that the role of cities is creating the conditions, and how do we use our regulatory, our enabling powers to actually create those conditions and ensure the continuity. And I do think we have to get better at finding ways of measuring things that are important to people, like being able to actually go to the cinema or see their daughter.
Thank you. There was a lady in the back row. Yeah.
Vou falar em português. Quisessem pôr os tradutores.
Em português?
O meu nome é Sérgio. Há bocadinho estávamos a falar sobre que temos que ir exigir os nossos direitos e ir a tribunal para exigirmos que a lei seja cumprida. No caso da minha área de residência, o tribunal, por exemplo, não é acessível. Portanto, começamos logo por aí. Depois, há cerca de um mês atrás, procurei sobre como é que eu poderia ir ao Parlamento, ao nosso Parlamento, em Portugal. E eu só posso andar de transportes públicos, e também é difícil ir de transportes públicos para o Parlamento, onde é decidido as leis, onde são discutidas, onde são aprovadas as leis, neste caso acessibilidades. E em 2011 fui a Bruxelas para ir ao Parlamento Europeu e para ir à Comissão Europeia. E também tivemos dificuldades nos passeios em volta. Portanto, se nos sítios onde são debatidos e discutidas e aprovadas essas leis, se é difícil acessibilidades, portanto, há que pensar um bocado o que é que estamos aqui a discutir e a debater. Pronto, é só isto que eu queria falar sobre acessibilidades à volta dos sítios onde são discutidas as próprias acessibilidades. Obrigado. João?
I guess the question of public buildings being accessible seems to be a small one, but I'm fully with you. I fully agree that if you cannot make it to a city hall, then you cannot inform your politician, and this is what should be granted. But I'm sure the people on the panel are baptized, but I have been living in Brussels, and not only for someone in a wheelchair, it's a totally not accessible city, which is quite interesting for political reasons as well. So I'm with you, and I guess that we have to organize first things first. So that's for sure. The lady in the first row, please.
Thank you. I will speak in Portuguese.
Okay.
Em primeiro lugar, eu quero agradecer ao Sr. Vereador pela excelente equipa que tem. A equipa do Plano Pedonal de Acessibilidade é fantástica, tem feito um trabalho fantástico, digno de ser reconhecido no país, e isto também se deve muito à pessoa que os lidera e que realmente lhes dá espaço para trabalhar. Isso é fundamental. Os meus parabéns, Sr. Vereador. Eu estou aqui em representação da Câmara Municipal do Porto, sou provedora do cidadão com deficiência na Câmara Municipal do Porto, e todo este evento para mim faz todo sentido. Estou bastante agradada com tudo o que se passa aqui e gostava, na sequência daquilo que já foi dito e de algumas perguntas que já foram colocadas, eu queria também lançar um repto, porque acho que é importante que esta mensagem possa passar. Eu sou provedora do cidadão com deficiência. A Câmara do Porto foi a primeira Câmara do país a instituir esta figura na cidade. Anos depois, algumas câmaras seguiram um exemplo, outras criaram conselhos de acessibilidade, e algumas pensam que ter um conselho e ter um provedor é a mesma coisa. Não, não é. Ter um provedor creio eu que é precisamente aquilo que há pouco se perguntava. Porque é que não há, dentro da administração local, uma figura como o provedor dos cidadãos com deficiência que possa fazer esta ponte e que possa internamente trabalhar com os serviços municipais, que é isso que no Porto nós fazemos, e porque é que isso não é uma diretiva europeia, porque é que a União Europeia não recomenda a todos os seus Estados-membros que as cidades, ou pelo menos as médias e grandes cidades, possam ter esta figura que faça valer os direitos das pessoas com deficiência, que possam paralelamente criar conselhos municipais de acessibilidade e de integração das pessoas com deficiência, porque nós precisamos de ter figuras representativas entre os decisores políticos. E eu acho que tendencialmente estas figuras estão a desaparecer novamente, porque entretanto surgiram as questões da crise, e a crise é sempre uma boa desculpa para se retroceder, e em Portugal é isso que tem vindo a acontecer. Nós no último ano retrocedemos 20 a 30 anos. Daí eu lançar este repto, porque não a União Europeia dar como diretiva todas as médias e grandes cidades, Estados-membros associados, tenham esta figura e tenham estes conselhos. Era isso que eu queria dizer.
Just to tell you, I will pass on, that's not the responsibility of the European Commission, but of the Ombudsman Office that represents all the provedores de justiça, ombudsmen all over Europe. I will pass on the suggestion.
Yeah, I'd like to add to this, because maybe all of you have already read the comment of the European Disability Forum, the so-called Citizens' Summary about the EDF's report examines the European Union's implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. And I think it's a fantastic piece of work, because they have questions and then they make suggestions. And one of the suggestions that seem to be so simple covers everything you said. They say we need a consistent anti-discrimination legislation, and we need public campaigns which include disabled people, and this should be all in one. And then if the European Accessibility Act will be published and adopted hopefully this year, it would be interesting, and we'll read it carefully, because I think this is necessary, what you mentioned. So we come back to you with the results of the talks in Brussels. I saw Martha, then I saw you and Jorge, and then I will be killed if I don't close the speakers list, I guess, but if I'm not, yes, I will be killed by my host. Okay, so those are the last three. He invited us for lunch. I can't risk it. So I'd like just like you, and then Jorge and Martha.
Who's first?
Martha.
Thank you. I realise, yes, I'm standing between everybody and some food, so this is more something food for thought, perhaps, rather than a question. But picking up on what Lisa said about the importance of data collection and linking that to one of the overarching themes of the whole event, which I think is what we can learn from each other and what we can share amongst ourselves. And I think that their data collection could have a really important role to play in terms of identifying, well, when we're talking about accessibility, what do we really mean, and what data would help us to show whether our cities are accessible or not. And perhaps that could be a role for this working group, for Eurocities more generally, to really sit down and think, how can we streamline our data collection across cities? Because we all know, all cities collect a great deal of data, but they collect a great deal of data in very different ways. And can we try to harmonise the way that we collect that data in order to be able to give a more consistent picture of what the situation is across other cities, and therefore to be able to not only to benchmark progress, but also to identify ways in which we might be able to work together to achieve the outcome of having more accessible cities. And on that note, at the Fundamental Rights Agency, we conducted research across the 28 member states looking at the right to political participation of persons with disabilities. And of course there, one of the very big issues is about accessibility. So we have some copies of the report outside, and I'd really urge you to look at that, because we do discuss exactly some of these questions of the accessibility of public buildings, the accessibility of information and communication, and whether there are legal standards in place and how they relate to actual outcomes.
Yeah, thanks. I guess Annalisa and also the guys from the Commission, they could keep in mind, because, yeah, we don't have to reinvent again and again. You're right? It's like you?
Yeah, I couldn't use the argument that we need to do accessible whatever the cost. I think it's very important that there are good accessibility policies and bad accessibility policies. And all public organization has to manage with a budget. So it's very important that we be cost efficient.
Yeah.
And I myself am an economist, and I have worked for a long time in cost-benefit analysis of accessibility. And I think there is enough evidence that accessibility pays back. It's an investment. The problem is that we don't have all the ways to measure the benefits of accessibility. But it's not a question of saying that we have to do everything accessible, whatever the cost. Probably we have not the technology, the possibilities to reach the Everest in an accessible way. So let's think in what we can get and we can reach. And in my opinion, it's very important that we have a very clear view that it's so transversal, so wide open topic, accessibility, that there are many sectors that do different things, and sometimes it's very difficult to bridge what one sector do with the other. And so, from the point of view of Europe, I would say the structural funds tend to go very directly to fund, for example, technology, like the ambient assisted living funds, etc. But it's very difficult to get funding for bridging these gaps from the EU and to really build an accessibility chain. And this is something that fails in many countries and with many policies, that there are barriers between actions, different actions, and no way to connect. And I think this is something that should be funded to do social research on accessibility and economic research on accessibility. And sometimes the programs, the funding of the structural funds are not addressed to these topics.
Yeah, right. I guess, as Hella Dunga-Löper, my politician, mentioned, smart cities are learning cities. This is also true for politicians, like from different angles and different disciplines. And if they do together, they will be better. I've got one last speaker, and this is someone whom I'd like to say special thanks to, because it's Jorge, and he is a representative of the independent living, I'd like to say, movement, which was represented very strongly in here, because yesterday I had a talk with several of you guys who told me that if Jorge had not been there, they wouldn't have been able to make it here. To come here, and this is what enriched the conference to my mind. Therefore, I'd like to express my gratitude, and then I'd like to allow you the last question or remark, and with that say already thank you to the audience.
Thank you. It was not only me. Well, I'm going to talk in Portuguese. It will be easier for me. I've heard here that já ouvi hoje aqui que a questão da acessibilidade Não é um custo, é um investimento. Eu estou de acordo com isso. Eu trabalhei em acessibilidade nos últimos 20 e tal anos e andei a tentar convencer os políticos todos de que isto era um investimento. Mas eu acho que a questão fundamental não é essa. Também é um investimento, mas é uma questão de direitos humanos. Essa é que é a questão fundamental. E o facto de nós termos, eu vou dar aqui um pequeno salto de raciocínio, o facto de nós termos leis que não são cumpridas é porque isto ainda não foi interiorizado. Ainda não foi interiorizado que a liberdade de movimentos, a liberdade de fazer aquilo que toda a gente faz é um direito humano. Imaginem, ou seja, nós temos neste momento, e temos já há muitos anos de legislação sobre acessibilidade, e o que se passa é que a legislação surge por pressão social, porque a sociedade já incorporou a necessidade de realmente não excluir pessoas, mas esta interiorização não é completa. Nós não imaginamos neste momento uma loja ter uma pessoa à porta a dizer você é preto, você não entra. Mas imaginamos ter uma loja que não deixa entrar pessoas em cadeira de rodas. E achamos isso natural. Enquanto nós acharmos natural que as pessoas que andam em cadeira de rodas, ou que sejam cegas, ou que sejam surdas, que não consigam fazer a mesma vida que outras pessoas, enquanto nós acharmos isto natural, não há legislação que nos salve. Por isso, eu gostaria também de vos lançar o desafio, que era vocês imaginarem que andam na cidade e há sítios onde vocês não podem ir porque vocês usam sapatos castanhos, ou não podem ir porque têm os olhos azuis, ou não podem ir porque têm um fato verde. Quer dizer, imaginem que vocês não podiam escolher um fato verde porque não vos deixavam entrar em 80% da cidade. É que, ainda ontem utilizei esta imagem no workshop, é que nós vimos todo o arame farpado que está distribuído pela cidade, que nos impede de chegar a muitos sítios, e vocês não veem. A diferença é essa. Por isso é que nós temos pressa.
Yeah. I guess I come to you because I make an exception because you are from my working group, but let me come back to Jorge. There is no better word for the ending of the panel, I guess. You're perfectly right. And this means what I said in the very beginning. We're talking about politics, we're talking about tearing down walls, not only in Leipzig and Berlin, but also in other cities. But we should also always keeping the idea of changing the mindset. And the biggest barriers are in brains and minds. And I guess all of you did something for improving this. Because getting you next to us, getting you next to the politicians, enabling the politicians and the representatives to talk to you, this improves things. So I'm fine, and then Matthias.
Can I speak? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance for one statement. I'm from the city of Dresden, and what I recognize is on the level of the EU that there is always a strong will to open the market with less regulations, and on the other hand, do not have enough legislation to improve accessibility. So in my mind, this is a big problem. And according to what the speaker before said, of course, a law will not care that everything will be accessible from one day to another. But a legislation can help that everything that is created new, that this could be accessible. And what I'm a traffic planner, and what I see in my daily work is everything that is not regulated by law is not accessible. I gave an example of taxis who are not accessible in our city, and because there is no need to do it, and it's against the economic interests of the company. So please take it into account while handling out new legislation.
Thank you so much. I would love to continue, but I'm hungry and I definitely know that you are as well. So I'd love to say thank you to my panel. It was great, and I'd like to hand over to João for the last remarks.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to send you the regards of our mayor, but he couldn't be here. Changings of agenda in the life of a mayor is day by day, and who's deputy mayor like Thomas and me knows what's that you are waiting and then you have to invent the last words like this in these moments. So with help
That's why we love this job.
Yes, improving every time. Planning and improving. Yes. Well, so I want to say some last words. Well, one comment. Began the conference like a Rolling Stone, and in some time being like a chicken is a very... So, well, I prefer the Rolling Stone, okay? Well, this, to finish. This conference was made possible by a large team. Well, it's not by my magic words or magic hands, but by a large and very large team. So please give a warm round of applause for the team of the General Secretary in the City Hall, Ms. Cristina Rocha and Julia Almeida and all this team. The team of accessible team, and General Secretary of the City Hall is in the room. And a warm applause to Mr. Laplan Guimarães. Thank you very much for your help. Without you, it was impossible to organize this conference in this place. So we are very, very pleased and very grateful to Laplan. Well, also grateful to the team, the accessibility team, and especially to Carla Cléric and Fernanda Jacinto. Of course, we don't forget Pedro. And all of the team. George is also of the team, and all of them are.
Department.
Yes, it's department with lots of letters, but well. It's the department that organizes the venues, sounds, video, information, and so on, protocol, and the catering and everything. So, warm applause to them. Also, they are in every place. Of course, a warm applause to Aerocities, to Annalisa Boni, Paulina Banas, and Ciara Droan. And a warm applause, of course, because we are very grateful to that image that Liz put in the same slide, Lisbon and Berlin. So very warm applause to Barbara Berninger, Gary Oster, and Gerd Berner. And to all speakers, all moderators, all rapporteurs, and all translators that made this possible. Thank you very much. And to finish, as I said, Lisbon is fully committed to promoting accessibility. Making our cities accessible is a challenge for all of us. It is crucial that we all work together, that we share know-how among ourselves, and that we push together for the right of cities to self-representation on the definition of European policies, legislation, and funding instruments regarding accessibility. In Lisbon, we know there is a lot to learn, and we are eager to learn more with our European friends. As I said, we have set clear goals and priorities for accessibility. European projects that can help us advance in these priorities are, for us, very important. You'll find in the City of Lisbon a hard-working partner. In closing this conference, let me thank you all once more for choosing Lisbon. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to host you all. We hope this conference gives our cause a strong boost and tightens our network. Our work will go on, and we will advance hand in hand, so allow me not to say goodbye, but rather keep in touch. Thank you very much to come to Lisbon. Let's eat, but before going to eat, we must take a picture in our stairs. So we must move on and take positions, and all of us. And after the picture, let's take lunch.
In the library and the ground floor.
No, you in the down. Sorry. Well, you can go in stairs, Jorge. Ask Pedro help.